Dear participant, thank you very much for joining us despite your very busy schedule. Since it is time, I would like to announce the opening of IATSS Research Project Reporting Session. Today, in order to prevent the spread of the infection of the COVID virus, please be considerate of 3 C's: close, closed, and crowd. Some of the participants are therefore participating through virtual remote access. And thank you for your kind understanding. In terms of reporting session, out of the whole project of the research program of 2021, there will be presentation that will be conducted. In your handout, we have the schedule for today and material for the report, and also the introduction of the award, and also we have the survey document. If you have any lacking document, please let one of our staff members know. And also those of you who are participating through remote, we have distributed previously the reporting material and also the introduction of the award winners. So please, if you be able to refer to them while you listen to the presentation, that would be highly appreciated. And in terms of the survey, after concluding the Zoom connection, automatically on your PC, you'll be able to see the questionnaire surveys. If you be kind enough to give us your candid opinion, that will also be highly appreciated. After the research project reporting, from 4:35 p.m., we would like to go to the 44th IATSS Award Ceremony program. So now, without further ado, we would like to announce the opening of FY22 IATSS Research Project Reporting Program. First of all, in representing the association, I would like to invite President of IATSS, Mr. Kazuhiko Takeuchi, to conduct a opening remark. So with that, Mr. Takeuchi, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am from the International Association for Traffic Safety Studies, IATSS. My name is Takeuchi, President of the association. First of all, I'd like to extend my cordial thank you to all of you, despite your busy schedule today, participating in this research project reporting and award ceremony. From 2020, as we have seen, the new coronavirus that has been raging, we have not, although have seen a calm down on the pandemic, we are gradually returning to the level of pre-COVID. So we, in terms of the activities that we have undertaken before the pandemic, in order to re-engage ourselves in those activities, we are now extending our development in various programs. And of course, with COVID, there are a lot of geopolitical changes that we see around the world. The issue with Ukraine and various goods. We have foreseen the shortage of goods and the price hike. And there are many things that are happening in the marketplace. So the automotive industry, in terms of electrification, there is a tremendous trend that are surging towards the electrification of automotive. And in terms of the e-mobility with electric scooters, the kick scooters, we are seeing a lot of change in the marketplace. And of course, on the environmental front, in 2050, achieving net zero, this is a major, of course, trend that we see around the world. Towards attaining this goal, we here in Japan and also the other countries around the world, by 2030, a drastic energy program needs to be reinstalled, and that is in need. And within those environment. The last year's report session, we have to reduce the number of people who are participating in this program, and we have done them on a physical basis. And this year, it is going to be in a form of a hybrid, but in the size of those people participants we had before the pandemic, we are very happy that we are able to offer this program at this venue of Keidande Kaikan. And 2022, the project that we have seen due to the effect and consequences of the COVID, we are seeing activities almost as planned, or maybe have exceeded the plan in the domestic and international activities, despite the impact of new COVID. And all those people who are participating in this effort, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and also respect to all of you. In September 2024, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary in founding our association. The Secretariat, as of now, is now working on various programs to celebrate our half a century anniversary. So the 50 years altogether in commemorating this association. This is only due to all the cooperation and understanding and assistance that you have provided to us over the years, and we are very grateful. So in the years to come, IATSS, in realizing to contribute to the realization of ideal mobile society and to lead to bold proposal and social implementation, research and also survey need to be further developed. And that is our sincere hope. Well, today, in terms of the report of the survey program, each project leaders and all the people involved in minimizing the COVID effect, there are a lot of clever ways that has been implemented to lead to a very fruitful research and survey activities and results. And in fiscal 2022, 9 themes were implemented, and today we would like to receive report on 4 of these themes. The project is really rich in internationality and super interdisciplinarity and full of foresight and practicality, which are all characteristic of IATSS. We also have Q&A session ready after each presentation, so I hope you'll be able to actively participate in submitting your questions and comment for the group. We hope that to conclude, I wish all of you your good health and continued success in your endeavor. And with that, I would like to conclude my opening remarks. Thank you once again for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Takeuchi. Now we would like to move on to the presentations on the research projects. The moderator in the first half of the session will be Professor Taro Sekine, a member and the chair of the Planning Committee of Research Department. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Sekine from Nihon University. I will serve as a moderator in the first half of the reporting session. We would cover 2 themes of the project. For each project, the speaker will be given a 30-minute presentation, which will be followed by a 50-minute Q&A session. I'd like to ask everyone at the venue to participate in the very lively interaction. The very first presentation in the first session is a report by Professor Kenji Doi of Osaka University, Development and Implementation of Road Safety Behavioral Change Program in Cambodia. We also have a Professor Yuto Kitamura of the University of Tokyo reporting at the same time. Professor Sekine, thank you for the very kind introduction. Today, as was just introduced, I'm an engineer, and also Professor Kitamura will be presenting together. Before we talk about the project, IATSS Forum project category is indicated here. So today, I'd like to also explain what is this IATSS Forum, what it does, and so forth. We had the very first year last year, so we have not seen the full outcome yet. But at this point in time, I'd like to give you the preliminary report so that we will be able to receive your feedback. First, I'd like to introduce our project members. The members include myself, Yoi, and also my co-speaker, Professor Kitamura, who is from the education specialty. And we also have Professor Akihiro Nakamura, who is the economic professor, as well as Professor Nagahiro Yoshida, who is the expert in the traffic engineering. In addition to the members, we have Professor Yamaguchi and Professor Yo, who are from psychology as well as traffic engineering, gave us support. And at the very end, as you can see, we have the IATSS Forum members, 5 of them, Alumni Association. Here, they are not participating in person at this venue yet, but going forward, we would like to see many more participating at a venue like this when we present. In developing countries in Asia, they have experienced rapid growth, supported by rapid motorization and road development. Needless to say, in the urban area of developing countries, they have a traffic problem such as congestion. But in suburbs, there are different types of problems. There are highways and artery roads being built. As a result, they have the number of cars in use is increasing, resulted in higher number of traffic accidents, which is actually the common problem for Asian countries. We looked at Cambodia in this project. There is a long arterial road, National Highway number 5. With the development of this road infrastructure, they have experienced increased traffic accidents. Therefore, the safety of children are at risk. Therefore, in Cambodia, government came up with action plans that included in the traffic safety education and behavioral change programs. And the JICA has already started a local project with the backdrop of these difficulties. So in our project, we IATSS and forum members, alumni association members, and JICA, as well as local school organizations, we all cooperated together. So the question here is how we can make sure there is good cross-sector cooperation and collaboration. In order to have a good collaboration project, we have to have local leaders and good support from local organizations. Therefore, we had participation from the IATSS Forum Alumni Association. In JICA, they have excellent leadership locally. And last year, as you can see here, we set up a team for behavioral change program implementation. In order to facilitate behavioral programs, we need to design specific programs. But rather than depending on the traditional approaches, we wanted to came up with an academic conceptual model and make sure what are the way to implement this, what could be a better survey method. And these were the questions we asked ourselves last year. So I'd like to now invite Professor Kitamura to explain IATSS Forum. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Doi. I am Kitamura. So I would like to take over here to explain this forum. Since last year and this year, I served as the chairman of the executive committee of IATSS Forum. For those of you who are here today, many of you know exactly what IATSS Forum is and what it does, but I'd like to give you a recap as to what we are doing in IATSS Forum. In ASEAN countries, including India, we are targeting young people in their late 20s to 30s, public servants, educators, university, academic staffs, as well as members of the private companies. They are selected from 11 countries to representing each country. They're invited to stay for 2 months in Japan to receive training so that they will become good leadership. And this is conducted twice a year. So throughout the year, we are inviting 4 from each country. This was started by Soichiro Honda and also the former president of Mahathir of Malaysia. Back then, former President Mahathir had the Look East policy to learn from leading countries like Japan. And they have requested the Japanese government to start a program like this. And since then, we have continued on with this leadership training. In the Forum Executive Committee, we are trying to upgrade this program. There was not close collaboration with IATSS itself. So going forward, we would like to make sure there will be good integration between IATSS and IATSS Forum so that we will be able to enhance the quality of leadership training programs. This forum has close to 40 years of history, and as a result, we have alumni associations in different countries, and these alumni associations are quite active in solving social issues. As you can see here, these are some of the examples. The alumni members in different areas are quite successful, utilizing their respective local resources. On a voluntary basis, they are trying to solve their local social issues. This time, we worked on the project together with Cambodian alumni members. IATSS Secretary of IATSS Forum and Alumni Association members, many actually participated in a collaborative manner. The outcome of this program should be utilized to improve the training programs. And we also have international alumni associations where all the alumni members can participate in an online meeting, for example. In such international alumni association could be a very good forum for us to be able to report the outcome of the program, so that this outcome of the program will be utilized for IATSS activities as well. Now, going to Cambodia, we have very young members. First, ASEAN countries, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, these were the major countries, but the forum has expanded to include Cambodia, Laos, India, Myanmar. New member countries are actively participating in IATSS Forum. Cambodia is one of the new members. So the Alumni Association has been in existence for about 20 years or so, and the alumni members in Cambodia are quite young. They are looking at social issues and environmental issues. They are very active in trying to solve these problems. So we have been quite impressed by their activities. At school, at local communities, they are trying to provide educational opportunities to children. And in this project, we are looking at the traffic safety education to children. Therefore, we thought the Alumni Association could be the best possible partner for us. So in our survey, what we did is indicated here. Early on, the professor talked about the new National Highway number 5, which is one of the arterial roads extended to the western part of Cambodia. JICA helped substantially in building a road infrastructure from Phnom Penh to Battambang. A long distance is covered by this road. In some parts, they only had either 1 lane or 2 lanes. Today, we have 3 or 4 different lanes throughout the national way. This road infrastructure improvement was quite beneficial to the country. This has been guided by Asia Development Bank. This is part of their corridor program. From Sihanoukville or from Vietnam, there may be supplies going through Cambodia to Thailand or Myanmar or the Bay of Bengal. These are very important supply paths. And we have helped to improve the road infrastructure as part of that supply channel. So there are many large trucks driving throughout this national way. They are driving very fast. This resulted in increasing number of traffic accidents. So this has become a social problem to Cambodia. JICA was also concerned about the secondary impact of the road infrastructure. That is why we started this project to cope with increasing traffic accidents. IATSS, for the past few years, working with JICA in the area of traffic safety. This collaboration included mainly research projects, and we have done this collaboration for the past few years. And JICA invited us to participate in this project, and we were hoping to make substantial contribution to this. So it's not just IATSS. There are major resources in Cambodia held by IATSS, Forum Alumni Association. And that's why we decided to collaborate in this project. So we actually went to Cambodia last year, especially in the city of Battambang. This is a major site for our research. This is the second largest city in Cambodia. This experienced the rapid growth, thereby also experiencing increasing number of traffic accidents, and visited the primary school, middle school, and high schools in the city, try to understand what are some of the problems. And we realized that there are serious problems involving bicycles. In Cambodia, as well as other Southeast Asian countries, there are increasing trend of bicycle and motorcycle accidents. Mainly, the victims or those who are involved in the accidents are in their teens and early 20s. In addition to this problem, Cambodia had another problem, that is the motorcycles under 125cc does not require citizens to be licensed to drive the motorcycles. So even 6th graders in primary school can actually ride on motorbike. And it's pretty common if you are a middle school children, you will be moving using motorbikes. And this, we believe, could be one major reasons for serious traffic accidents. So we conducted the interviews to schools. There is a traffic accident or traffic safety taught at school in a social study class. But in Cambodia, for many years, school education was divided into two shifts, the morning day shift and evening shift. Today, they have sufficient number of teachers, but in the afternoon, teachers may have their own side jobs. And because of that, well, due to their small wage, they have to have a separate work beside teaching. So the number of hours that they can utilize for traffic safety education are quite limited.
So given this backdrop, for these issues, we interviewed teachers and confirmed. So the importance of traffic safety training were agreed to. So you can see in front of the school, this is a National Highway number 5, and there's no crossing. Actually, there is a crossing far away, but children would be crossing the street regardless of whether there is a crossing or not. And also, children would not take the trouble of going to the crossing because towards the right of this picture, there's a school. So without walking extra meters, students will be crossing the street. And as I mentioned earlier, when you become a secondary school students, they ride on bike, and for high schools, you see a lot. So they would be leaving school, and there are people on foot as well as on bicycle, but a lot ride motorcycles. And if you look close, so there was a high school student, so let me replay this. There was a high school student leaving the school gate, going towards the right. But yes, you travel on the right, which means that they are in the opposite direction. So since they cannot come to the lane, they would be driving on the side. So traffic rules are not being observed, and also the road environment does not allow them to observe those rules. And JICA's project is not only traffic safety classes, but they are trying to improve the environment, such as where to put the traffic lights and signals. But still, alongside the improvement of infrastructure, the mindset has to be changed. So, of course, it includes those people who have graduated from school, but JICA's program when it comes to traffic is quite huge, and they include behavior change programs. So, IATSS Forum, Alumni Association, and with JICA, we are working together in this project. So back to Professor Doi. Yes, thank you. So from here onwards, how did we go about creating this project? That is what I would like to talk about. So the roads are being developed in these developing countries, and we have to create both the city and mobility and safety. We have to take a two-pronged approach so that we will be able to change everyone's behavior in a safely manner. So based on psychological approach that has been said from before, but that is not enough because we are IATSS. We would like to take advantage of interdisciplinary approach. So this is like a honeycomb approach. So first of all, the FLM, first last mile, commuting safety has to be ensured, and by area, how to deal with the speed risk. And through those, students and local community people, they will have to raise their well-being through these knowledge. So in order to do that, we have to start from primary school and then on to after graduating from school. And speed becomes a very important factor. So how to alleviate, how to accommodate, how to deal with the speed is one important element. When it comes to working with JICA, what has been improved now, this national highway, as a community asset, how can we leverage these roads? And furthermore, forum of IATSS. We would like to communicate what we are doing at forum. So traffic safety education. When we think about this, once again, this is to be on the same page about the objective. It is not to gain skills so that you can adapt to dangerous roads, but risk management from individual, others, and community perspective, we have to approach risks. And another thing is a voluntary approach is important. Children will have to think and act on their own. In doing so, not only reducing the risk, but we also have to think about additional advantage that we can bring about, and that's what we want to communicate. I talked about speed just now. So this lady comes to a halt here, stops, and does not proceed. So the cars and the vehicles are too fast. So it takes so much time for this lady to turn, and she cannot make a decision on the next step. And what's most important is CIAA, Forum Alumni Association. So for instance, using SNS or using influencer in Cambodia case, inclusive of that, what students learned, forum should be supporting the children on top of what they have learned. And towards that end, Battambang, the second largest city, I mentioned that the city is within the scope of this project, but closer to Phnom Penh, before going to that city, the skills, the knowledge, and awareness of children, we actually conducted a survey, and you can see CIAA Alumni Association members here. They are the adults that you see in the picture. What we were surprised about was they're in 8th grade or 9th grade. We asked, do you know that there's a traffic rule? And they didn't even think of rules existing in traffic. So we're trying to do a survey, but we became very concerned. But they were very eager to take part in the survey, and they said that they're willing to learn. And they didn't know the word traffic rule, but by joining this survey, they realized that they knew what we were talking about when it came to traffic rules. So their data we've analyzed, and they don't know traffic rules to start with. So there are subjective norms, very skewed, and This has led to very dangerous actions. So as JICA project, there has been a progress to a certain extent, and IATSS Forum, Alumni Association. So there's another pillar of initiative. And last year, we developed the programs we've completed more or less, and in March, we did a pre-test. And then in Battambang, we are going to carry out this project in a full-fledged manner. So I apologize, we don't not have any conclusion about the outline of this project. And some of the outcomes you can see on page 10. So if you have time on hand, please go through them. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
先生、ご発表ありがとうございました。
Professor Doi, thank you very much. And now we would like to open the floor for questions, comments. Those of you in this hall, please raise your hand. And those of you joining remotely, please use the hand icon. Any questions? So, online participants, it seems like there is a hand up. Mizuta-san? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I am from MLIT. I am Mista. Thank you. So, in the developing countries, there are a lot of accidents. And in terms of policy, you are you are following this look east. And in the past, there were a lot of deaths from traffic accidents in Japan as well. But we took steps to reduce the number of deaths. And I'm sure there were behavior changes. Infrastructure, medical advancements, of course, were some of the factors, but mindset change and behavior changes, such as like wearing seatbelts, had worked as well. So Japan experienced a reduction in accidents, and if we try to apply some of the initiatives of Japan to Asian countries, maybe there could be some effective measures. Can you comment in this regard? Yes, thank you. So as you have just pointed out, what relates to us is the issues ongoing in Asia. This is an expanded type or more serious issues that Japan experienced in the past. So so-called 3E, education, enforcement, and engineering. This has to be in balance. And that was indeed carried out in Japan. And education with enforcement was tightly coupled. And I think that was quite important. And if there is a major accident, mass media would report that with a lot of sensation, which caused changes in behavior amongst the public. And what is difficult to apply the most is enforcement in case of Cambodia. So this is quite different from that of Japan. So educating rules and trying to urge them to change their behavior. This is quite straightforward in Japan, but from the starting point, it's different. So it is very challenging. As Kitamura-san mentioned, 125 displacement or below, you don't need a license, which means that they don't try to even learn traffic rules. So environment is different. But we have to use ingenuity in how we teach, rather than based on our sense of values, but rather IATSS Forum, the Alumni Association, I'm sure, will be conducive in supporting us towards this end. Did I answer your question? Yes, thank you very much. I learned a lot. Thank you.
他に、
Are there other questions? from the venue as well as from online participants. If you do have questions, please raise your hand. This gentleman at the venue, please. We will pass you the microphone. I'm an advisor of IATSS. My name is Ishizuki. Thank you for a wonderful report. At the very beginning of this program, I was a little bit involved, and I am impressed that you have been able to collaborate with local parties, including Alumni Association. You have made the steady progress. Thank you. In 1970s, we had the peak traffic accidents in Japan due to increasing numbers of cars and also the lack of infrastructure, lack of safety education. So what the Japanese government did is to organize a all-minister meeting chaired by Prime Minister on traffic accidents. And I think we've focused on visualization of signals and pedestrian crossings to make sure that they are noted. And I think the question is really about education, how to protect young lives of the country in Cambodia, how we can provide education to children at the multiple levels, the government, businesses. They have to have strategic approaches. And I would suggest that you encourage them to implement the strategies on every level. The education that they may start at primary school will have a positive impact after a year or two. I think you need to emphasize that to all those who are involved. I'm looking forward to hear more successful report in the future. Thank you very much. Yes, we would like to enrich the contents of the project. What you suggested is quite important. Because of the time constraints, we were not able to discuss the local participants. We have the Ministry of Transport, National Police, and also the Ministry of Education. The three government organizations are directly involved, and I think this is quite important. So locally, there is a local experts working group, traffic expert, educational experts, as well as alumni members and young people, representatives of the government organizations. So across all different ministries, they make sure there will be collaboration. So with regard to a question about how to provide traffic safety education, we are designing traffic safety programs. This could be possibly utilized for educating teachers. There are efforts in Cambodia trying to establish teachers' universities, and I think that what we are using can be a component to be utilized at these new universities where they teach teachers. The policy of the government could be a difficult issue, but early on in Phnom Penh, the city had the master plan, and JICA supported the city to write this master plan, which included the renewal of traffic signals based on the visualization. So what we are trying to do is to visualize infrastructure development and combine that with traffic safety education. As Professor Dori said, they have different nature of problems, but we would like to help them to come up with solid traffic safety policies. And JICA is involved. We are also asked to provide advice, so including that, I think it is important to make sure that we complete this project with success. Thank you.
So safety training, traffic safety training, I think we have a lot of assets. As you know, Ayatori in Suzuka, what's good about it is we teach the children, and children would bring it to their parents. So together as a family, they learn what traffic is all about. So we have a lot of pictures, tools. So I'm sure you all know, but I'm sure this could be leveraged. Yes, indeed, we would like to consider that.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Anybody else? Please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments.
あ、じゃあ、
Professor Hiraoka, please. I am from Automobile Research Association. This is Hiraoka. This is inspiring. So voluntary behavior, I think this is quite important to urge them, and internalizing realization or motivation, I think this is important. So if they didn't know, we have to teach them. And continuation of education is quite critical, and have them embed the knowledge within themselves. So I think you need some kind of mechanism so that the skills, the knowledge will be embedded. Of course, you will start from emphasizing on the importance, but after a while, people forget. So you need to approach individuals so that they will once again realize why this traffic is important, and they will take them to heart. So in such an area, do you have any ideas in mind of what you would like to carry out? The developmental psychology expert is here with us, so maybe I could call upon him. Yes, I am Yamaguchi from Osaka Technical Institute, but we are thinking of creating a learning center. This will be a dedicated center where students will learn. And at this center, like social visits, maybe not just one-time training, but depending on their development, we create a curriculum so that children can learn in a continuous manner. So the location has not been set, but we are working on it. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. If you could update me at a later date, that will be helpful.
そろそろお時間と
There may be additional questions, but we ran out of the time in the Q&A. The last thing that I want to share with you, I talked about the Forum Alumni Association. IATSS have about 15 members, but IATSS Forum alumni members amount to about 5,000. It's a great set of resources and assets. And I think they are going to be a very important part of this project implementation. Thank you, Professor Doi. So let us now move on to the next presentation. Second presentation is going to be made by Professor Tomohiro Ichinose. The theme is Walkable City and evaluation methods. So Professor Ichinose, when you're ready, please start the presentation.
はい、ご紹介いただきありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Ichinose from Keio University. Well, in terms of our project, it's a 3 years project, and the third year concluded last year. And during the 3 years, I would like to reflect upon our studies and survey that has been conducted through those years. So first of all, the members of our project. So unfortunately, I do not have time to call upon everyone, but as you can see, inclusive of myself, there are 8 members and also special researchers There are 9 people, and I will be touching upon this a little later. But in terms of MLET, in the Urban Development Promotion Division, there are some observers that have kindly participated on this initiative from the ministry. And first of all, in terms of the backdrop and objective of this research, as you may know already, in Japan, under the auspices of MLET 2022, there is a program called Machinaka, which means in the city walkable promotion program. And 2023, this year, by end of January, the walkable promotion program, each of the local government would volunteer. And there are 346 cities across Japan which are volunteering for this effort. And in terms of comfortable wanting to walk around, these are the cities that are trying to be developed, and that is again undertaken by the government initiative. This is the situation in Japan, and I will be explaining this slightly later, but not only limited to Western, but also Asian cities. There are walkable sort of cities that are created. And there are a lot of program initiative that is running, and there are some related researches that are being conducted as well. So these environment, what we are trying to do is, I will be describing them by sequence, but in the area of research, there are a lot of walkable cities, and there are some indices, and there are some proposals, and it's numerous numbers of undertaken that are conducted. But in terms of applying it to Japan, there are several which we wanted to shortlist. And in 3 years ago, that was a starting point, and that was the original idea. So this is the MLET, the site, the screenshot of pasting the screenshot by the ministry MLET, a very clear message on the website are creating. So let's try to build a walkable city. And in the 3 years time duration, what we have done, well, this is especially overseas, the local field trip has been conducted. But unfortunately, this recent 3 years, due to the pandemic, we had been quite influenced and impacted. The original idea is that some of the advanced cities overall, we are going to do that the first and the second year, and then we will come back to Japan, domestic cities, especially after 2 years and 3 years, we're going to focus on Japan cities. But unfortunately, the first and the second year, we were unable to travel due to the restriction. So we decided to reverse, to do some of the survey in Japan and the local government, which are said to be very advanced. And again, I will be explaining this, but I will therefore not name each of the city. And the overseas, last year, the third year, at last, we were able to visit the overseas cities in Europe and North America, East Coast only, excuse me. But we have conducted these surveys in those regions. So therefore, the first example, which I would like to explain, is that this is the first Izumo city, especially those expert in transportation. You may know that the shared space, there were the city that have implemented the notion of shared spaces. So the first year, this is the first visit that we conducted on field survey. So easy, walkable, and especially the structure of the roads have changed. And going to the field for the survey, of course, each of the local government officials would help us in giving lots of information and advice. And by changing this, how effective it was it verified or not, is the knowledge that we will need to accumulate. So I will not be able to introduce all the materials, only several of them. Well, Izumo City, this notion of shared space. in terms of space of the roads are being renovated, and in terms of the monitoring of the mean value of the real estate. So 5 years in a row, they have grown in terms of the land price alongside the road. The second case is Oita City. It's in front of the station. So again, it's a quite different situation from Izumo City. So the rebuilding of the station front, there was a space of the roads, and there are big plaza and the greenery space. And again, of course, roads and parks. It was quite well talked about by those experts in this field. We visited the city and we have conducted a lot of interview. Of course, the traffic of the people, traffic of the vehicles have been monitored. And I'm sorry, it's very small, so it's hard to see here on the right bottom. So, but Oita City, in terms of central area, they wanted to concentrate the population to make a compact city. So in terms of the area space of the vicinity has gone up, and there was a tremendous amount of economic effect, achieving 162 billion yen altogether. So this is Matsuyama City. So for Matsuyama, there are several locations, various walkable, changing space, and many, of course, programs have been conducted under Matsuyama, and the sort of a shopping roads. Well, rather than the roads, it's a sidewalk. There were major implementation of renovation of the sidewalk, and as you can see on the right bottom, in terms of the pedestrian traffic, it's a twofold increase. And at the time of the event, there are a lot of activities and energies that came back to those locations. And the next is Takamatsu City. Again, in Takamatsu City, the survey itself, there are a lot of space that we have visited and many exchange of insights and opinion. This is in Marugame City shopping arcade. It was renewed, the shopping street. And we heard a story here, and we took a photo. And for this, these, of course, refurbishment are now underway. So all the shopping mall has not renovated yet. But in the center of the city, it's trying to call back the excitement and energy. And in the pandemic, although it was the pandemic, the traffic did not drop, so they were able to attain the goal of increasing the traffic for this part of the city. And last but not least, this is the Professor Manami. It's a project that was related to the professor's project. It's a Bep Hop String. And Beppu Hop Spring, there are several locations, 5 locations. There are zones of hot spring, and one of them, in terms of city walking, putting a lot of emphasis in creating attractiveness to the hot springs. And for this case, the traffic, whether or not it have improved or not with this initiative, they have not followed up on the changes. But for this, it's more of a tourism spot, a tourism landmark, and offering this a tourism landmark is their objective. So what kind of city, how you establish your route, and the guides. You can even ask the guide to take you through the cities. And that's the domestic, although it was limited in time. And of course, the pandemic has given us a very strong restriction. And even this association did not allow us to travel outside of your home city. So we only were able to conduct survey in a very limited, confined manner. And last year, we have been given the freedom to cover more cities. And as I've said, the top 2 European cities, the city is Vienna and Paris and Barcelona. So 3 locations in Europe. And in North America, Boston and New York. We visited these cities. And we will not be talking about New York, but the High Line, Skyline. Well, the Skyline is not a new case anymore, skyscraper, but the old railway has been renovated as a special pedestrian walk. And the photo I've taken, there's not much people, but there was a lot of people and a lot of crowd gathering, especially Times Square. And the pedestrian, of course, walking space has been established, and I've seen many people there. And there's again a very sort of powerful excitement. And the other is the case in Boston. This is quite a famous case in at the same time. Already commercialized, it's have been a while it's been commercialized. So the photo you see here, it's like a strip, like a serpentine. It was a highway, and the highway has been creating a green belt or green road on the top of the highway. And this is the aerial picture, original aerial picture, especially on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, from the airport to the city of Boston, this is the highway linking the airport to the city. And with this highway, the city itself, on the right bottom, it's a quite attractive location. And what was segregated, the city, but by creating an in-air belt and creating the green belt, has been very successful in this case. And on the day when I visited, it was still summer. Unfortunately, Boston, we were not welcomed by good weather. Weather was bad. So you see all the roads and green are empty. So you will not be able to see the excitement here. But the offices is close to the office, and there are a lot of the tourists. So many people on the normal day, you see many people here. So they relax and they have picnic there, and they enjoy the location. But in terms of walkability, rather than continuous walking, there are several parks created, and that's a closer, I think, depiction of this location. So in terms of the road, crossing the road is a little difficult, and that's something that I've found connecting these different parks. The other is, the last but not least, is a superblock in Barcelona. And in Japan, this is frequently being referred to, and it's quite famous. But in Barcelona, this is outside of the city. So the road in red, main mobility access, the trunk road. And the trunk road is large, and this is a super block, in other words, the unit of them. So the grid. In city of Barcelona, so in the red block, inside the red block, as much as possible, they would not allow vehicles, and the roads inside is going to be made green. So vegetations are being planted. So I would show you the pictures, but from the original initiative, and how this is reflected and rolled out in the center of the city. They are working on this, and now they're in the midst of this project, and there are some portion that is completed. So consulting and the engineers who were doing the construction work and the planning work, I have met them. And this is when we have visited them at that time. So the top is a temporary super block. Inside the super block, the different alleys, and there are limitation, avoiding vehicles, and they place a lot of object. So it's a road that they cannot sort of cut through. But in Japan, it's like a vegetation flower beds, and they are making it green. It's a temporary green belt. And putting a lot of these different green barriers, or this is something that is accepted already. So they have changed the space of the road as such. So vegetation, the greenery is being done for this project. So it's a phase-by-phase development in changing the space overall in this case, and it was very impressive. Especially, and this is the major road or trunk road, and the trunk road, they have conducted a huge transformation in the structure, It's a 5-lane, one-way road. So in the center, it's a road for bicycle. And this is both sharing with the sidewalk pedestrian and also bikes. It's not the same picture, but this one that I've shown you earlier, we took the photo, and behind us, the center is a road that they are rebuilding for bicycle, dedicated for bicycle. So it's quite a drastic change that they are making. So that's some of the example that we have come through. And this project, running on the project, many a times, we have had similar discussion, which is that when we say walkable, it's just a means. So why does it have to be walkable? Or how would it be enable the place to be walkable? Why does it have to be walkable? So this is a discussion we had many a times, and various cases, various indices. There are many that is available, and each one have a very own different context. So we have found that out that each context is different. So the members of a team, respectively, they're domain expert in terms of what they imagine, in terms of their thought and their case study there in their mind. In this study session, sometimes we are misaligned in the discussion. So ultimately, in the third year, now we were able to summarize all these different ideas in this manner. So ultimate objective is our well-being, achieving our well-being. And there's no objection towards this ultimate goal. But the starting point, that location, to make it walkable in terms of the original motive, the social issues, is in fact depending on the region and countries and state. Inside even Japan, they are all varied, and that's something that is of a founding. So when we say walkable, we have to have some input, and then there needs to be an outcome, and based on the motive, there are different input, there are different outputs. So at last, we are able to sort our thinking in this manner. So there's social issues. So let's say the infrastructure is not mature. In the first presentation that Cambodia, the professor have explained that is there a walking sidewalk to start off with. But in the developing countries, it's hard. And maybe the safety and security issue. Then there are big gap in terms of poor and rich. This is again a significant issue in developed countries as well. So the health issue being walkable or not walkable, those a lot of social issues, in some way, one way or the other, there needs to be an intervention. And as a result of that, the social issue, in responding to the social issue, you can get a good health. So understanding this context is important. Just looking and reading the numbers and indices, it would be misleading. So that is something that we have found out through our discussion.
これ初年度の時には
In that sense, in the very first year, we had this classification. We have multiple indices depending on the spatial scale. We'll be able to classify. There may be small streets, there may be some elevations of the roads. We are trying to classify walkability by such characteristics, and there are multiple scales as well. Now, what you are looking at is the excerpt from the paper that I translated to Japanese. I am not going into the details today, but the theory of walkability began in the United States. This has to do with health as well as livability. This is related to urban planning. And in recent years, sustainability has been added to this model. So society, environment, and economy are major factors there. So these are three major areas that are involved in walkability. And this is another theory by a different scholar looking at the evaluation methods. Subjective methods involves the understanding of the street structure, road structure, so basically physical structure. And right in the middle, subjective method is to try to investigate the human behaviors. And on the right, distinctive method will be looking at developing technologies. Therefore, the methods should also be changed in accordance with the technological development. So in the interest of time, I'd like to introduce multiple research projects of different professors. There are many researchers working on different topics, but they can be located or allocated in this three-axis model, depending on the location, the evaluation methods. So I'd like to look at the individual research overall explanation. For example, we have a project of Professor Toriumi utilizing GIS. This is a larger scale research looking at the city and urban area level, and also in a smaller scale, looking at the street structures. They will be looking at the degree of walkability depending on that. And this is from Professor Ito. Sorry, this is the doctorate students paper. On a smaller level, on a street level, road space and traffic volumes were investigated to study walkability. Now, this is another example from Professor Shibayama of Vienna University. We have been able to access to data in Vienna. Now, from the perspective of land prices, walkability was researched. What could be the indices that are relevant to land prices? This is a paper that was adopted quite recently. If you look at low-rise residential areas, the pavement of the road, the number of trees planted around the trees are substantial factors affecting the land prices. Now, this is another research focusing on the volume of traffic. This is a very good index for walkability done by Professor Osada of Utsunomiya University. They have taken data before and after the COVID-19, looking at how people move in the commercial area and how this movement has been affected by the COVID-19. And this is still underway during COVID-19 pandemic. Online interviews were conducted by our team. In suburban areas, more than urban areas, people were able to spend time comfortably, and there was a theory that the population is moving out of the urban area to suburban area. We conducted a survey, but surprisingly, the people are actually walking more because there are specific destinations, and we know that the degree of walking is highest in Shinjuku city. Now this one, at the very end of last year, this research was conducted in Vienna, looking at the sensitivity of humans and physical environment, and their combination was looked at. We actually had people walking along a certain route, asking how they felt. Try to understand the minimum condition of accessibility and also the noise level factor. Whether the experience there is nice, would it make them want to walk along that path is an important question there. This is a micro-scale Marunouchi street parking. This is very close by here. We have conducted this research for some time, looking at a grass surface on what was the paved road surface, and we are looking at the impact, especially in the summertime. We had Professor Murakami taking detailed data, meteorological data, people movement, what they're doing at a certain time of the day, although the location is very small. Because data is quite fine-grained, we will be able to understand and analyze the behavioral changes of people who are there. And this is done by Professor Iwasaki of Chiba University, looking at the health aspect. In the parking area, they're trying to increase greenery. The drivers who have driven along the highway may come here to take a short rest. It's not just going to the bathroom. They can take a small time space in this physical green area. They will be able to experience a very calming effect. This is the positive mental effect that you can expect from greenery. And this is a research by Professor Kojima. This is an interesting new research analyzing the facial expressions of people who are walking there. They have the index called degree of smile. So it is important for people to enjoy walking, and we will be able to analyze how much pleasure they can take out of walking. This is a new research utilizing AI to looking at walkability as well as cozyability or coziness. We have multiple image information available online and keywords that are available. They are actually utilizing for evaluation. As you can see there, this is the moving picture. You can see how these indices change as you move through a location. Now, MLIT is currently focusing on subjective evaluation. We are hoping to be able to combine this MLIT method and our objective method. In terms of well-being, Professor Manabe may already know, because he is a researcher of well-being, trying to measure the well-being indices directly, and how our research can possibly be a contributor to this research is a very good question to ask. So we have come back to this model once again. What comes clear is the Young Gale's classification of outdoor activities. We thought this would be a very good example. People, because of a certain necessity, will go outside and walk. So first of all, the question is whether they are able to walk or not. The other factor is there a space where they want to walk? Does the space make them want to walk? And also, thirdly, will there be a social activities? Are they available? Would that be a reason to walk? So walking outside, you meet people and you'll be feeling attached to a specific local community. So there are 3 stages. In each stage, we should be able to identify specific indices. Lastly, for the past 3 years, we have examined different case studies. We had a lot of discussion. We had experts from different backgrounds. It's the benefit of IATSS. And indices of walkability have been converged recently, especially what MLIT is trying to do is to look at, focus on subjective method. But in Japan, local cities, we are trying to localize or vitalize local economy. From that social issue perspective, it is important to create a space where people want to come back to. And that is why MLIT is focusing on subjective methods. I think I'm running out of my time, but for the past 3 years, we've been working on walkability framework, and the framework has been well established, and we know what could be a set of indices. For the coming 2 years, we'll be continuing on with the theme of social contribution, and Ministry of Transportation is going to investigate indices as a test case. And we would like to provide input of our research to this test cases as well. And by publicizing the overall picture of the research, we would like to communicate the outcome of our research to the widest possible audience as possible. Thank you, Professor Ichinose, for your presentation. Now we would like to invite questions and comments on Professor Ichinose's presentation.
またはその場で挙手を
So again, those of you in the venue, kindly raise your hand, and those of you who are on remote, please press the raise your hand button. And when you're speaking, make sure that you share your affiliation and your name before asking the question. So, any questions? Any comment? Please kindly raise your hand.
いかがでしょうか。
Any questions?
I'm Wouter van den Berghe from Belgium. And there's a tension in many European cities which want to make more walkable between the cyclists and the pedestrians. What is your opinion also for Japan that cyclists should be separate from pedestrian or they should share the same space? What is the long-term future in your view?
Yeah. So thank you very much for your question. That is actually the big issue. At first, so we discussed about such a road for the bicycle and pedestrian. Then maybe that we had to so both issues are really important. But actually, in this study, then we focused on just pedestrian. But so as you said, then we have to separate the pedestrian and the bicycle road, I think. Thank you very much.
So the question was about the pedestrians and cyclists. So should I repeat the question in Japanese? Or I just wanted to introduce the question. It was a simple question. So let me repeat the question which was asked. So there was a question about pedestrian path and cyclist path. In Europe, they are separate. But in Japan, are we going to separate them? Or what are the plans? So as you all know, this has been a problem for us. In our project, we also discussed the possibility of researching the cyclists' road or paths. But this time, as I said earlier, we decided to focus only on pedestrians. So we did not discuss the cyclists. But recently, the Japanese government decided there should be the effort obligation on the part of cyclists to wear helmets. So I think it is necessary to separate the pedestrian path and cyclist road. Are there any other questions? Yes, gentleman in the back, please. My name is Kitani from Shizuoka University. Thank you for your report. You talked about the evaluation indices. For this evaluation, you are looking at existing cities. So these are the indices to examine the walkability degree of existing cities. But you may be able to consider a potential of a city to improve walkability. Do you have any plan to introduce the potential of a city for walkability? Thank you for that question. Utilizing indices for evaluation, one thing you can do is to evaluate the current state of a city. You may be able to use that for comparison, depending on the purpose, but basically, when you evaluate something, you would like to have a goal of improving the state of the city into the future. So if the indices are based on city structure, you can make comparison easily in case of changing a part of the structure. But on the other hand, if you want to research people's movement, you cannot predict how people move. So depending on the type of indices, it's very difficult to predict what could happen in the future. But as you asked, basically what we want to do is to bring about improvement. And yes, indices should be utilized for future improvement. Thank you.
ご質問ありましたら引き続き。
Any other questions? We can entertain more questions.
そうしましたらすいません。
So I am a moderator, but I am intrigued to ask this question if I may. And the bicycle and also pedestrian needs to be separated. But in terms of those people who are handicapped, in the walkable sort of context, there are some people who have visibility impairment or maybe handicapped physically. Do you have any thoughts on these handicapped people? Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, this time, we're talking about the notion of walkable. But in terms of those people who have handicapped or the buggies for babies and children's, and accessibility, I think, will be more or less an important area. There are a lot of researches available, and the theme, of course, is a very significant, of course, theme of research. And within that, let's say this time, what we have handled in our study. If I can share, Professor Murakami, I've shared in the slide very briefly. In the hot summer season, the heat of the roads are being measured. And of course, the height of us and the height of the baby buggies are all different. So then, when it's low, the babies, the reflective heats are quite dangerous. So that's also the area of research that's been conducted. And as you say, these in terms of people who are not disabled, having fun in walking, in walkability, and besides from that, maybe not be the relevant word, but we have inclusive, which is a very important theme, and of course, the various different stakeholders and different, of course, conditions need to be met. But unfortunately, we did not have the time to dive into those areas. So I have high expectation on the future outcome of your professor, your research. So any other question from the floor? Any comments? I would like to welcome any comments or questions. So please.
Professor Hiraoka, please. Thank you. I'm Hiraoka from Japan Automotive Research Institute. I'm not aware of walkability, but I think the definition would be how easy it is, the ease of walking. Being able to walk and ease of walking. If you want to walk, you have to make sure the space is accessible. So from that perspective, if it is accessible, you may be able to utilize quantitative indices for your evaluation. But there are also subjective factors involved. So you really have to measure the psychological factors. And what are some of these factors really affecting people, making them want to walk? You may want to model the equation to be able to estimate the degree of wanting to walk. And so you have to have this evaluation and estimation. And at the same time, the definition of walkability needs to be clarified in this project. What are the true values? What are the indices? How are you going to measure these indices? So these are multiple questions that you need to ask. I'm pretty sure each researcher has its own way of measurement, but I think you have to have the comprehensive model. Thank you for that question. As you rightly pointed out, in the list, the minimum condition is making the space walkable, accessible. So the next step is whether the space is good enough to make them want to walk. Whether that is accessible or not, if you narrow our focus to that alone, indices are easy to identify. But on the other hand, I was not able to introduce what Ministry of Transportation Melmdit is doing. Their final target is to make the area comfortable town. So it's not just wanting to walk. So if I would dare to answer your question, basically what we have discussed will lead to the conclusion that being able to walk, want to walk, these two are important conditions of walkability. So to what extent can we measure the people wanting to walk? We have had discussion for about 3 years. We have not been able to come to the conclusion yet. As I said earlier, what we are trying to do is to publicize the research outcome. So we're inviting members to talk about what should be publicized rather than discussing the chapters of the book. So you really have to organize this overall thought. So the definition is something that we are going to work on in the first part of this fiscal year.
他に
Thank you very much. We still have some time, so we'd like to welcome questions or comment. Please kindly raise your hand.
いかがでしょうか。
Any questions?
じゃあもしなければちょっと1点だけ。
If not, if I may, well, in fact, I was assuming that this question may come up. The public transportation, in the connectivity of the public transportation. This is, Maria, one of the study that needs to be included. In the entrance, the first year, well, in Thailand, the young professor in Thailand, I think it was a accessibility from the subway station that was also evaluated. But when you think about the city as a whole, how the public transportation in terms of hub, can you walk to the station? Can you ride the public transportation? You need to think about that. And the first year, are we going to include that in a study? Should we not? But unfortunately, we have not been able to achieve that level this time. So in Japan, center around the station, the vicinity of the station will be made walkable. And that's some of the project and business that is running here in Japan. So this time, we have not been able to deep dive in this area. But when you think about the overall city or urban sort of environment, like the issue of sustainability, we have to think about the coping the sustainability issue, and that's also another important area. Thank you very much, Professor. So then, I think, unfortunately, it is time. So we would like to conclude the Q&A session. So, Professor Ichinose, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
これにて前半
So, this have concluded the presentation of 2 themes. Thank you very much.
それではお時間となり
So it is now time. We would like to start the second half of research project reporting session. For the moderator of the latter half, we have Professor Nagahiro Yoshida from Research Department Planning Committee. Professor, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. I am from Osaka Metropolitan University. So we now would like to begin the second half. I will be serving as the MC for the latter half. And like we did in the first half, we will hear for about 30 minutes and allocate about 15 minutes for Q&A. I look forward to interactive session. So the first presenter is from Nagoya Institute of Technology, Professor Suzuki. His independent research is on safe and comfortable road development under mixed electric mobility. Professor, please. are not getting the feed.
入ってない。
はい、大丈夫ですかね。はい、失礼します。
So thank you. I am Suzuki from Nagoya Institute of Technology. I'd like to report to you on the outcome of the project regarding research on safe and comfortable road environment development under mixed electric mobility. Let me give you the background of this project. As you can see, electric mobility, you may see various types of electric mobility. And when these electric mobilities are on the roads, what are some of the potential problems? This project started 3 years ago, and back then in EU, a small type of electric mobility were being promoted and it was spreading. So we studied in EU and we assumed that electric mobility would spread in Japan as well. So with that in mind, we wanted to explore about what were the potential issues and what were the potential solutions. So this is a mixed environment. We have pedestrians, bicycles, and four-wheelers. There are various users, but we want everyone to have peace in mind so that they will be able to move around on roads and walk roads. And with researchers in and outside of Japan, we held workshops also with the practitioners involved, and we tried to clarify the potential issues that Japan may face. So this is the members, I myself, Suzuki, and we will also hear from Ito-san from Nagoya Institute of Technology and Ido-san from Nagoya University. And we also have research collaborators like Ito-sensei and Hibino-sensei. And because we are looking at electric mobility, I am involved in traffic engineering, but in addition to that, urban planning, psychology, bioengineering, mechanical engineering, as well as law. So this 3-year project were driven by experts from different background, and also electric kickboard, the scooters. This is gaining traction. So over the past 3 years, the situation has changed. The administration has changed. So from Traffic Bureau of NPA, we had members participate as observers. So we're talking about electric mobility here, but at our research team, we defined this electric mobility as compact electric mobility for 1 or 2 people. And we considered that on sidewalks and roadways, we considered that there may be a lot of issues that needs to explore. But we also have this slow speed and medium speed vehicles that may possibly use the roadways. And over the past 3 years, what were the outcome? In the first year and second year, you can see some of the outcomes, but when it comes to electric mobility, the demand in the society, we focused on how users perceive this social acceptability, and we separated into 3. The appearance evaluation, number 2 is consciousness through experience, and number 3 is by use for a certain period of time. And we looked at expectations of this mobility and also issues and the challenges that needed to be overcome. In the third year, we focused on the following, so I'd like to report to you on this. So in terms of fiscal year 22 as new mobility, what are some of the requirements, infrastructure, and systems to be accepted by the society? Wanted to collect information and compare internationally. So we launched 2 working groups towards this end. And also evaluate interactions with others and psychological load on sidewalks and roadways to acquire knowledge. And also for the safe use of mobility, we actually conducted field surveys and road observations. So here, once again, we held 2 working groups, and also survey on local governments and sorting out issues. So we had another working group. And overseeing all these, we held an international workshop and clarified the issues that needed to be sorted out. So that was looked after by Working Group 6. So we had in total 6 working groups. So as you can see on the document in front of you, this is today's report. So Working Group 4, Ito-san led this, and Working Group 1, Ito's son led this working group, so they will cover, and for the rest of the items on the agenda, I would like to explain. So first, about legal system, literature review, and future issues. So this was the focus area of Working Group 2. So here, we reviewed the legal system, and also, while looking at the legal systems, we've identified some issues. So we interviewed NPA and reviewed international reports as well, and clarified what has been stipulated and what has not been stipulated within our legal framework, and sort out issues that needed to be overcome. So as one of the outcome, the electric kickboard, the scooter, over the 3-year period, the situation has changed. POC were carried out initially, and after that, there was a revision of Road Traffic Act, which had a big impact. And for this new act, you may be seeing and hearing at various places, but newly set category was specified small motorized bicycle for people with 16 or older, no license, and no helmets. And as long as you're driving below 6 kilometers per hour, driving on sidewalks will now be possible starting from summer. This revised act will be enacted. But prior to that, we had this research underway, and related laws were Road Traffic Act and Road Transportation Act. So these are related to motorized bicycles, and for output, you can see the rated output, different classes. And according to the act, there were different interpretation. So the output were different, and also the related applicable laws and regulations were also different. And this is what we have identified in our project. So through the review of law systems, the possible issues that we've identified. First of all, sharing service. In utilizing public road space, you need to coordinate with other efforts. And on sidewalks, parking on sidewalks, of course, there will be legal aspects. Of course, you cannot park on sidewalks, but there were case laws where parking was allowed on sidewalks. And enforced removal, the authority regarding motorized vehicles, who has the authority to move these vehicles were also different. And also electric kickboards. I talked about the different rated output, but the motorized bicycles, those which can drive above 30 kilometers per hour, this will continue to be on the roads. So even they appear the same, some are very close to automobiles. So if the vehicle can drive above 20 kilometers per hour, there is a concern that it would be used even on sidewalks. And also, perhaps a limiter can be used to limit the speed. But how to install and how to thoroughly enforce the limiter is still a question. And going forward, it is possible that there will be individual ownership. So for now, it's a sharing service, and the service provider is providing the safety training. But if individuals start to own these vehicles, this perhaps will be an issue. And of course, bicycle crime prevention. And also, riding on sidewalks is rare in other countries, so this is an issue, and also wearing helmets. Other countries are making this obligation, but we are moving in the different direction. And also 16 years or above, we are concerned about high school students who have not driven cars will be operating this type of vehicles. So from here onwards, I'd like to hand over to Professor Ito, who led the working group 4. So through the local government survey, we explored the intention of introduction and issues. So we conducted a survey on local governments, and we explored local issues that the government faces, and also the introduction of electric mobility. How much will it contribute in solving those local issues? Were mainly asked. In addition to other questions, for local governments, there are governments which have introduced and which have not introduced electric mobilities. And those that have introduced electric mobility, we conducted additional interview and asked about the effect and issue from the introduction. And based on local characteristics, we evaluated applicability methods for electric mobility services. So for today, I'd like to talk about a part of the results that we got from number 1 and number 2. So first of all, Professor Suzuki talked about targeted mobility, so I will skip. And in terms of survey items, as I mentioned, importance of local issues and contribution level, and also those who have introduced, we asked what were the issues that they faced prior to the introduction. And to differentiate with existing transportation means, are they necessary? And also the intention of introducing electric mobilities. These were asked. In terms of methods, as you can see on the right-hand side, we used online and we distributed the questionnaire sheet and had them respond. And for the electric kickboard, this year, the act will be amended. But when we conducted the survey, we asked them to answer based on the existing act. So first of all, the degree of importance of local issues. So we asked them in a 5 level. Higher the number, very important. So those with a longer orange would be placing importance on their local issues. So seniorities and motor vehicles usage reduction. So this was more than 40%. So this was across the board for local communities, and revitalizing the society, including tourism. We found out to a certain degree they were considered to be important. And what would be the contribution level of each immobility? And we have a cross tabulation and higher. This mobility contribution is considered to be high.
The overview is that the mobility securing for the aged society is the automated wheelchair, and also ultra compact mobility car, and also in terms of electric scooters and robot for promotion of tourism. And at the same time, the realization of low carbon society for all mobilities are being expected. So depending on the region, the expectation on mobilities are all different. So from here onwards, the actual implementation, we conducted an interview with those local government in order to identify issues and some of the deliverables and outcome. So Izumo City, first of all, we conducted a hearing, and the results are, which I would like to describe. And for promoting tourism, they have conducted a small mobility initiative for Izumo City. So Izumo City itself, there are a lot of tourism or tourists coming from the railway, but inside the Izumo City, if you have to promote the tourism activities, the numbers of public transportation such as bus are limited, and that was a problem. So in terms of having the city sightseeing and other of course, tourism landmark, they also like to revitalize them that they were unable to do. So in terms of utilizing a super mini mobility car are being utilized. And there are four things that they need to work on. One is that in terms of seeking convenience and the migration of the tourists inside the city to offer value and not going around the tourism spot. It's a new attraction in able to utilize this mini car. And this is how they have implemented this ultra compact mobility mini cars. And this is the actual result. The effect is that their aim or specific area, they were able to increase a lot of traffic. And this is a POC that they have run. And the utilization, it was very highly evaluated by the users as well. So they were able to feel a tangible result and benefit. But in terms of the issues and outcome, there are still some issues in terms of this future prospect. So there was, in terms of the implementation, that not being able to bring about income, and the profitability issue in terms of whether private institution will be able to participate in the scheme is another area of concern. So in promoting tourism, more than that, it's utilized for daily necessities as part of the SDGs initiative. So in terms of in those areas that have not introduced the electric mobility service, in terms of productivities, in productivities and monetization, there are some comment. So this could be some open issue from the local government perspective. So that will be all from my group. Thank you. So followingly, this is working group 3. This is a result that we were able to obtain. This is the observability of utilizing electric scooters in road, and what are the behavior of the vehicles running around these areas or electric scooters. So on site, we have looked into the basic roads sections and intersection. And on the on-site, we also have looked into the evaluation and the vehicle dynamic. So this is the data in terms of speed of the data that we were able to obtain. There are 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers plus. There are 2 peaks. So there was a sharing service, a kickboard, and there are others on the public roads. So that is the reason why there are some differences. And in terms of the driving position, this is distance from the curb and vehicle. So it's about 1 kilometers they're running in terms of the curb, and in terms of car taking over or being taken over, 1 meters is how they have overtaken the vehicle. So in terms of the trajectory of the kickboard is shown on this left bottom graph. So in terms of turning right, turning left, there are some vehicles that have right onto the sidewalk. And again, in terms of left, it's 10 kilometers in terms of radius that you can see in terms of the turns. And in the on-site, the slalom, like the difference of the bicycle. Also, this has been looked into as well. And on the on-site experiment, depending on the speed, the behavior are also different. So 10 kilometers, this is one turning point. There will be a different mechanism. So in other words, there are, in terms of lowering speed, you'll be able to have a smaller radius in turn. And with that, if you're avoiding some of the barriers, those are some of the areas of what the speeds are in order to make the turns on these areas. And in terms of working group 5, the electric kickboard and the pedestrians are crossing each other, or maybe it's bicycle and electric scooters or electric scooters and pedestrian walking on the same direction. So what are some of the concerns and anxiety? This is by the professor from Nagoya Institute of Technology. So this is a 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer in terms of relative speed. So the avoiding the electric scooter, looking at the result, in low speed, the electric scooter there are delay rather than riding on the bicycle. In high speed, the electric scooters and bicycle, there are not much change. So this is a result that we were able to obtain. And also in terms of the Nagoya Institute of Technology passing by face to face. So 20 to 30 years of age, in terms of mobility, the combination of that, we have conducted the experiment in terms of face to face, passing by. There was an anxiety by means of survey and behavior. We are going to monitor them by utilizing the video. And the result of these two information, what are the correlations between two in terms of the survey and the actual behavior of the people. Within that, the users, in terms of the acceptability of driving, whether it's good or bad. So is there anxiety when passing by? This is the evaluation axis. And we have also conducted a regressional analysis. The details, I will not go into them, but this is the pattern that we have derived in driving accessibility. So when we're looking at it from the kickboard perspective, when we're looking at it from the pedestrian, for 4 patterns, we were able to analyze in the regression. And the negative is the fact that the acceptability will go down if you see a minus here. And in passing by pattern A, B, D, what is the effect on that? Is that the gender differences also would have an influence, and also driving attribute. So driving attribute, those are very susceptible or hesitant, there are changes. And at the same time, the acceptabilities are low when the driving is too not careful enough. So this is the evaluation. So with the working group 1, I would like to return to working group 1 in terms of the acceptability. So my name is Iryo from Nagoya University. So I would like to talk about the outcome of working group 1. So this is an international comparative report on acceptability. So this working group, there are various countries that are now considering about the so-called electric scooters and mobility. So the infrastructure and the rules, transportation, road rules are all different. So within this, in terms of putting some strategies together, in terms of utilization and social demand, these are the themes that we are working on in terms of social accessibility, intention to use. So there are 2 words, as you can see here in blue, intention to use and social acceptability. Well, intention to use is whether or not you would define or you would agree upon utilizing the service. Do you have the intent or not? And the social acceptability is that the other third party utilizing kickboard, is it too dangerous or anxieties or feeling very uncertain. So having this, of course, sentiment penetrated in the market. What are the outcomes is what we are looking at here. So we have a survey that we have conducted. So Tokyo and the project members, London, Vienna, and Doha. So we cover these 4 target cities in conducting this research. So the sharing service started all different in different age. So Vienna is a little early in terms of adaptation and introduction, and other cities are all around the same area. But London, the sharing is 2021 in terms of sharing mobility. But on the other hand, personal owners are quite large. So the kickboard would not be able to utilize for personal use, but in London, this is quite a large, of course, bulk of people. And the survey method, the residents of these cities, especially the age is 20s, 40s, is the age group that is familiar with utilization of kickboard, and whether they are utilizing them or they have intent to use them in the future, their set of value and of course their sentiments are being questioned. This graph, respectively, in each cities, the electric kickboard utilized more than once a month or below. We're looking at the frequency. So non-users, for instance, the electric scooters, whether they have experience or no experience, we're looking at it from that aspect. So as you can see, in Tokyo, 70% of the people have no experience in utilizing electric scooter. But in Europe, the utilization, they had the experience of riding them. And on the day-to-day users, whether or not they are regular user, what are the intent of utilizing or becoming a regular user? And also people who have intent to utilize them in the future, what are the expectation in utilizing this scooter in the future? Is looked at as this. So many of them are commuting, going to school and going to the office, but the actual users, not much are being utilized for commuting. In London and Vienna, it's really the ratio of recreation, more than what we have anticipated, is higher. They utilize it for recreational purposes. So this is quite evident from these statistics. And the relationship with the bicycle utilization is shown here. So it is still a transient period. So Tokyo and London, day-to-day users is over once a week they ride bicycle as well. And Vienna, although they are quite advanced, but many people who do not utilize bicycle are also increasing. So from here, non-users, those that do not use and would have intent to use the scooters or would like to accept the utilization scooters, this is the cause and effect and utilizing this formula. So in terms of the effect of that, the person, they have a set of value in terms of comfort and also the coordination with the other people and also the benefit and the evaluation of the scooters surrounding them as a product, how they satisfy the product and social scheme and the quality of the service offering. So what are some of the influential factors to this is the survey we conducted. So this is a result. So 3 countries altogether, this is a modeling which we utilize the equation. So the mobility value, this is those users, is safe and also comfortable. So those are those people putting these as an important area, the usage is low. But in terms of harmony with surrounding, the product satisfaction is high. So again, those are effective for user intention, social acceptability. So the social acceptability issue is very much influenced by this. So when you look at this by country in London, the similar scheme, but the social service is much more important. And in Tokyo, the set of value for mobility is not effective for both. So in terms of Vienna, the quality of service is not effective either. So we need to deep dive in the analysis of that. But in terms of penetration of electric mobility and scooters, I think that people's uptake and the people's sentiment, it will be different in terms of how they feel about the acceptability of this technology. So this is the last part. This is a working group 6, this international workshop. On 28th of February in Wien Institute of Technology, we had a hybrid meeting that we conducted. So the members have reported, and with the practitioners and the academia, we had a virtual panel discussion. In the panel, there are a lot of issues that has been exchanged. So in terms of the infrastructure suitability, safety risk, we need to come up with a scheme where they will be able to drop the speed, and also the future of micro e-mobility. So with it sustainable enough, about the welfare issue. Those are also talked about, and also different level of mobility. So how are you going to talk about the layers or tiering or hierarchy of this is also the area that's being discussed. This is a situation in Vienna. So this project, in a nutshell, it has a sort of a small electric mobility that will be able to solve the issues of the region, such as elderly in terms of electric wheelchair. And what we have learned as a insight and some of the issue to penetrate them, we need to establish a clear set of rules, and also the infrastructure roads. That's something that, let's say the width had to be 1 meters or above, and in terms of the kinematics or kinetics of the scooters should be well understood by the users. So these are some, the area that we have found. And in terms of the acceptability, when they pass by, there are relative speed that needs to be considered, not to offer anxiety on the people. And when you think about the people for regulatory requirements and service improvement, also another important aspect in terms of seeing the distribution of this technology. And the last is it knowledge and insight obtained by the international workshop. So I think it's time, so I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
鈴木先生、伊藤先生。
Suzuki-san, Ito-san, and Ido-san, thank you very much. Professors, thank you very much. Now we would like to entertain any questions that audience may have. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. And those of you who are joining remotely, please use the hand icon. Shoji-san? Yes, thank you. I am Shoji from Chuo Consulting. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. So in the research, you talked about vis-a-vis bicycles. And towards the end, you summarized that bicycle lane, you need a space that is commensurate with that bicycle lane. But in reality, bicycles and motorized bicycles, I think it is difficult to separate, and overseas as well. And in Japan, I think the laws has been revised as if it is being treated as similar to bicycles. So given this environment, how to minimize the speed and try to maintain peace. So what kind of approach are you thinking about? And if you have any information as to what other countries are doing, that will be helpful. Yes, thank you very much. Right now, in Japan, in the road space, there are restrictions, and creating a new lane for electric scooters is quite challenging. I think that's what's the point you made. But out of this project, we found out that a certain space that would be sufficient to maintain safety. But for instance, in Vienna, within the urban area, the limit of speed is 30 kilometers, and separate motor vehicles and bicycles and motorized bicycles. So the spaces between the two categories will have to be organized because these mobilities with a different speed so that they will be able to be mixed in the same environment has to be explored. And in order to realize that, of course, we do understand that there will be a lot of challenges that has to be sorted out. But for some time, we know the ideal situation, but in reality, there are issues. So it will be difficult to give a dedicated lane. So to share the same space in order to protect the safety, yes, we will have to approach the users and change the mindset, including education and enlightenment. I think that is what we need to do. So yes, I do understand that there'll be a lot of challenges, but the ideal state of overseas, ideal state in the future, and please learn from overseas examples, and I hope that you will communicate, and this will help us, those on the front lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So any other questions or comments?
ぜひオンラインでご
So online participants, we also like to welcome questions from you as well. Any questions, the online participants?
私の方から
So I would like to take the opportunity to ask a question, if I may. Well, in terms of Professor Ito, in terms of the acceptability of the society which you have dealt with in your working group, as you may know recently in Paris and France, in terms of the public voting, the micromobility or kickboard, these electric scooter will be prohibited. So that was a referendum voted by the people of Paris. So this result, why or how have you accepted the situation in France? So in implementing this in Japan, at last we are going to define the positioning of this electric scooters or mixed electric vehicle. What are some of the important caveats that we need to be mindful of? Well, thank you very much for the question. Well, it is true that as of now in Europe, like the example in France, it's in a way the safety is more prioritized and more stricter regulations and framework are being established. In Japan, we are now trying to deregulate rules, and that's a kind of a big difference. And vice versa, what Europe is doing now, we are a step behind in coping with the situation. So I feel that quite evidently. And in Vienna, the workshop, which we have introduced in our presentation, Vienna, there are a lot of penetration in electric scooters. And bicycle, in terms of space, lane, is quite segregated for bicycle and electric scooters. So pedestrian and scooters, and also bicycle and electric scooters and car vehicles, they don't have a sort of a touch point. It's a space they have designated, and that is a basis of whether they are going to implement in their society. So in Japan discussion, there's a big gap, I must say, because we're not coming from that end. So having said that, as I've mentioned, the traffic rules, and for one thing, but infrastructure for the other, overall. Well, social demand. We talked about the social demand, but acceptance. This is based upon our realm of understanding. The society would accept or acceptance, whether it's possible or not. So in terms of the users who are responding to these surveys in overseas, what's happening in the overseas market? And what about this security or safety issue? Not knowing that, we are kind of having a discussion in terms of general users. And the value for mobilities in Tokyo, when we talk about the value of mobility, that did not work as effective lever because they don't know what this means. So the safety issue, there's no way to consider about the safety. And that I think is a reality because the lever did not work at all. And this mobility, what it is and what kind of risk it has a consequences. And by distributing and having a wider awareness of that, whether we should accept it or not, we need to advance our discussion. That is our thoughts. Thank you.
では他いかがでしょうか。
Any other questions? Yes, the person sitting in the back, please. I am Kobayashi from the research circle of studying bicycles. So in relation to bicycles, I have a question. In Japan, well, maybe applies to other countries as well, but something like kickboard, I think there is a common sense that it should be treated as bicycles, and I think this applies to Japan. But bicycles in Japan can be on sidewalks as well. So let's say electric assist bicycles are running on the sidewalks, but this electric scooters or mobility can only be used on roads. So this may be some misleading information. Did you go into this part? Are people misled by this kind of situation? So this time around, in the survey that we conducted, where should bicycles be used? We didn't ask, but in the past years, electric scooters or electric kickboards, if you would like to use this electric kickboard, where would you use? And we also asked on bicycles, where do you use, or sidewalks or roadways? And those people who answered that they're on roads on bicycles or sidewalks, they said that they hopefully would like to use sidewalks with electric mobilities as well. So it seems that they're linked. The priority area that they would like to use are the same with bicycle and electric mobility. But electric mobility, please use on roadways and try to urge that in direction, and also this mid-speed mobility. We should train them and enlighten people so that they will be using the appropriate lanes, whether it be sidewalks or roadways. Yes, I was thinking the same way. Thank you very much. So now we would like to close the Q&A session. Professor Suzuki and other professors of this project team, thank you very much. Next, this is the last presentation. This is a social contribution project. We have Professor Hideki Nakamura from Nagoya University and also Professor Keisuke Yoshioka from Nihon University. The theme is actual circumstances of roundabouts in Japan based on database development and dissemination of information regarding case examples. So the floor is yours, professors.
Hello, everyone. I am Nakamura from Nagoya University. I would like to speak on this title. This is the outcome report of single year of social contribution project. We would also like to invite Professor Yoshioka of Nihon University to join in. Other than IATSS members, we have university researchers and researchers of national research institutions, as well as private consultants and others. To begin with, I'd like to talk about what IATSS has researched about roundabouts. In 2009, we started this project to research roundabouts. In the beginning, we were engaged in research and experiments, as well as making recommendations. Out in the field, we conducted the experiment through social experimentation. We were able to move on to social implementation. On the other hand, we are looking at the social trend. In 2011, we had Great East Japan earthquake, as you can see on the right-hand side. And in around 2012 and 2013, NLIT conducted social experiments. And in 2014, Roundabout Promotion Council was established, and the ministry also presented statistics on structures. And also we had the revised Traffic Act, Road Traffic Act in 2014. and the manual on roundabout was issued in 2016. Along with this trend, we are ushered into the implementation phase. So we see the number of roundabouts increasing in different locations. There are different forms. So we need to understand what is the current status, the whole picture of roundabouts that we have in Japan. So since 2020 to 2 years ago in 2022, we conducted roundabout database development project, and we did report on the preliminary results last year as well. So let me give you a recap of what we have already reported. This is one of the old slide. As of March 2022, we have roundabout locations. As you can see, these are color-coded depending on the number of roads coming in or out from the roundabout. At the end of last year, we had 140 locations. This has been an increase to this number. And this database can be combined with subjective or objective database, the land use, for example. And we know that half of them exist in suburban system, others in urban areas. And the urban areas can be divided into different residential area, non-residential, and school and others. On the other hand, suburban areas can also be divided into non-agricultural land area and agricultural land area. They can be subdivided into arterial road, non-arterial road, expressway, and so forth. And these are plotted spatially on this map. Throughout the country, roundabouts are located in different areas where land use is diverse. In local areas, they are located in farming area. In other areas, roundabouts often exist in residential area. So we try to understand how the land was utilized before roundabouts are installed. As you can see on the bar graph on the upper left-hand side, in the city center, what used to be the intersection can be revised into a roundabout. That's quite usual. On the other hand, if you look at the arterial road in suburban area, they may have traffic signals. These signals can be replaced with roundabout. Half of them were actually this replacement. And also the highway junctions. Many of these roundabouts are newly installed, which is indicated by this purple color. In addition to that analysis, as I said at the outset, there are many different roundabouts. Some are old, others are new. But structurally speaking, or technically speaking, we wanted to identify what are good practices, what are not so good practices. So, as I mentioned earlier, there is wide diversity in the roundabout. So in the past, we try to evaluate different roundabouts and try to score them so that we can give either a star or double stars, as you can see in this map. So the gold star indicates double stars. By indicating star-marked examples, they are basically good examples. They should be utilized as reference for future planning. With that as a background, for the past 2 years, we have been able to develop roundabout database and how this is utilized, what are the structures, what are the results of the evaluation. These are collected in the database. This is a very valuable data set. And since this is quite valuable, we wanted to make it open and decided to use this for our social contribution project. So one thing that we could do utilizing this database, we wanted to publicize this widely utilizing the website. So that is one thing we decided to do. And utilizing this data, we would like to disclose this in seminars, in events like this, and have information exchange so that we can receive feedback on the data we collected. By doing so, we'll be able to enhance safety as well as sustainable urban planning through installing roundabouts. So this is recognized as social contribution project in IATSS. So this fiscal year, we had two themes. First, web publication system. I'd like to invite Professor Yoshioka of Nihon University to explain this web publishing system. So I'd like to talk about online publishing system. I'm Yoshioka from Nihon University. As Professor Nakamura said, online publishing system being developed so that we better understand the state of roundabouts in Japan by presenting good examples. The information should be utilized for future planning of roundabouts. In the research sessions, what are the targets, how the system should be utilized? We had a lot of discussion on these topics. The major target is the local government designers. When they are planning to introduce roundabouts, we wanted to provide good practices so that they can make a good start. And also, in what stage of development, what information should be utilized for their design should be clarified. And also, we are targeting general public for them to be able to understand the current status of roundabout development so that they can better understand the importance of roundabouts. So researchers and general public, we wanted to provide information to them. I will show you the demonstration on the deck, but I'd like to list up some of the features of this publication system. We're starting with database. We cover basic information such as geometric structures and location types. And we combine that information with photograph cards indicating how they look. And also, good examples are marked with either a single star or a double star. Now, utilizing WebGIS, we publicize the system. The color-coded maps, layer switching is possible. Graph can also be created on the website through dashboard. And also, there may be a list display, keyword search. All of these functionalities are available on the web. The information can be output in CSV format as well. We will continue on with updating information. So users on the browser will be able to revise database or add information to that, making sure this is continuously updated. For the ease of use, we are also supporting smartphone usage. Now we would like to move into the demonstration. Let's switch the screen to the demonstration.
First
of all, this is the top page, landing page. Web publication system is explained, and how to utilize this system is explained here. So there will be map, a list, a dashboard. I will talk about these features, how they should be utilized, how we should interpret what is shown is explained here. And the information that is included in this database, the reasons for the data, sources of data are also explained on this landing page. Now let's move to the map. This is the map of Japan. You can see where roundabouts are located. Upper left-hand side, there is a button that says color coding. You can color code the locations by type of location, like this. This is Tokyo, The blue locations are often there in the residential area. If you go to Tohoku, northern areas around Sendai City, there are many are located in residential area. And in remote areas, green colors are more visible. They are located in farms, agricultural area. Now, this is a color coding by evaluation result, or the number of legs, 3, 4, 5 rows coming in and out of the roundabouts. And you can also switch between layers, changing the background map, or you can screen the information to be displayed. Now, this is the list presentation. The data on roundabouts are listed here, and you can actually utilize a keyword to search. For example, let me search Shizuoka Prefecture. Then you will be able to find the roundabouts that are located in Shizuoka Prefecture. There are 9 of them that are displayed here. You can use the link to go to the detailed information of each location. And the other usage of search system is if you want to create a small roundabout in a residential area, you might be able to find the roundabouts that are similar to what you want to build. So you may want to say residential and also the size of roundabout. This is outer diameter, less than 25 meters. If you give this set of conditions, you find 2 matches. Because of the size of the screen, you may not be able to see many. Actually 16 of them matched, and they are listed here. And you can also delve into the details from this link. Now I want to talk about dashboard. As we have shown you already, utilizing data that is available, you will be able to understand the overall trend, which is presented in the graph. For example, these are the number of locations by different prefecture. By changing the button, you can classify by location type by the number of legs. Earlier, I forgot to mention about the list. The data that is searched here can be presented or output by pressing this output button. The output will be represented in CSV format for you to be able to have more detailed analysis.
And finally, for individual locations, we have a card for each of them. You can see, for instance, Azumacho roundabout, basic information, the location, the connected roads, and the number of branches, and evaluation, the category of location, and aerial picture. And in this case, last year, there was a geometric structure change. So these basic information can be added to each card. So that was about database. So let us go back to the deck. So So going forward about this web system, we need to update and operate and maintain this system. So even after the project is over, we will continue to collect the information and update our database. And we would like to utilize this in various researches and studies. So for instance, comparison with other countries or a relationship between a geometric structure and location characteristics. So we would like to improve and enrich information of this website. And also public awareness activities, especially we would like to deliver to local governments. So through Roundabout Promotion Council and other organizations, we would like to carry out awareness activities and also link and collaborate with overseas databases. So for instance, in the US, there is a similar database. So we would like to make it so that we can go back and forth between the databases. That will be all for the database. Okay. So another activity of this fiscal year, these are organizing seminars and other events. So in this project, through 2 events, we've disseminated information. First of all, as I talked about, this Roundabout Promotion Council, the heads of 14 cities consist of this council, and IATSS has been a part as an observer ever since the formation. And so in cities with a roundabout, we hold a roundabout summit every year. And last year, Nagai city of Yamagata Prefecture, as you can see, there was a lot of collision phenomenon accidents, and they have a lot of snow in this area, and they installed roundabout, and we've selected this area, this place. And regarding IATSS project, and also we disseminated about database and also exchanged information based on data available. And there were a total of 200 people with people from the government and other related personnel. And we gave presentations from our end, and also from MLET and the police, information were shared. And also from Nagai City and Yamagata Prefecture, they also gave presentations. And also we had poster session. So the result of IATSS project, we created 3 posters, and we made presentation. So chronologically, how roundabouts are changing, and also cluster analysis that we conducted. We shared results and also the outcome of the study of good examples or good practices. We shared all these information. And another event, this is our unique event organized by ourselves, IATSS Roundabout Seminar. This was held in Kumamoto City. So the reason why we selected Kumamoto City is because the promotion of roundabout. This has yet to start. In addition to that, as you know, in 2016 in Kumamoto, there was a major earthquake and there was a devastating damage. So because of that, we selected Kumamoto City, and the local professors gave keynote speech regarding roundabout, and like with other event, the police and MLET provided information, and special researcher coordinated the panel session along with the local stakeholders. And using the result of IATSS database, by utilizing this kind of data, how can we create cities and activate the community? We've had a good discussion. In total, there were 101 people participated. And after that, we asked a question through a survey. What did you think about the symposium? What do you expect going forward? And as I look at the result, The participants were from police, road administration, and private consultants. And from these people, regarding the seminar, all of them said that the seminar was quite productive. And these people, what are their expectations when it came to roundabouts? They said that ensuring capability at the time of a disaster and also as a symbol of the city. So in addition to safety, they look for these expectations and also community roads safety and also changing the functions of roads. They will be able to use roundabouts. So we often see those examples in Europe, and if the characteristics of the road changes, then roundabout can be used. So in order to understand all these, of course, the role played by database is not small. And some free text opinions before and after the change of community, and also they want examples to be disseminated. So by making our database public, a lot can be solved. And also using roundabout, of course, it will activate the community, and also as a symbol of the city, what should a roundabout look like? And also some of the examples at the start of the service. So there were a lot of opinions looking for these kind of information. And in addition to that, issues, the downsides, the shortcomings, they want to know, and also safety measures for the pedestrians crossing the roads. They want to know more about it. And in order to promote this broader, perhaps award system can be established. So the assessment and the evaluation that I talked about, perhaps will be able to respond to this request. And so going forward, we would like to improve database and towards making web system public, we would like to utilize these valuable feedback. So this was a single-year social contribution project. It was about a web publishing system of database, and this will become public pretty soon. And in holding seminar, we shared information. So through these activities, we believed that we were able to make social contribution to a certain extent. And if I may, I'd like to reflect upon this project. So a roundabout project initially, we have been carrying this out for a long time, and we took a pause in between. But after a while, I now once again got engaged in roundabout and went to local communities, exchanged information, and gathered opinions. So this kind of dissemination of information has to continue. That's what I have realized, because the reputation, the awareness towards roundabout is not so high yet. So we need to continue this effort so that we can be closer to the situation in Europe. We need to continue to disseminate information, and at the same time, not only the benefits, but also the challenges and the issues we must share. Especially, we have a lot of natural disasters in Japan. So for disaster, in order to create elastic cities and towns, perhaps strategically we can install roundabouts, and I believe this is important. And this diagram on the right-hand side, this is often used for transportation structure. So higher the speed, you have highways and vehicles, and towards the bottom you see community roads. Lower speed. So there are different layers, and we can leverage different roundabouts and different structures of roads. Otherwise, we will not be able to promote roundabouts. And some of the roundabouts that has been installed in Japan, and as you saw earlier, what used to be rotary, there are pretty many in residential area, but other than that, they're in mid to higher range of this diagram, so they're larger, so you need land and it's costly. So we do see progress, but we also want everyone to feel close to roundabouts and feel affinity with it. And in order to do that, we should install in community roads. So perhaps combine that with other means and devices. And it will be smaller in its structure, and of course, it will be cheaper. And these type of roundabouts need to be developed. So from this fiscal year, we have been selected as a project that will be supported by IATSS. So we would like to explore this further. So I think it's now time. So I would like to conclude our presentation. Thank you very much.
中村先生、吉岡
Professor Nakamura and Professor Yoshioka, thank you very much for the presentation. So regarding this project, are there any questions? Please. Anybody? Please raise your hand if you have any questions. And those of you who are joining remotely, please give us a sign through the hand icon. Yes, please, towards the back. Thank you. I am Kobayashi from Association of Bicycle Utilization. I really support roundabouts, but the pedestrians crossing the street, we do have requirements and requests. So how to approach this, learning from Europe, I think you are intending to do that. But I also would like you to explore bicycle riders because, of course, this is an important means of transportation. So perhaps in the next stage of the project, you would explore how bicyclists will be in the picture in this roundabout. Yes, thank you very much. I completely agree with you. So for this coming project, these small vehicles, yes, that's one aspect of the project due to land limitation and also usage like bicycles, pedestrians, and we talked about small mobility earlier. So there are different types of means of transportation and people crisscross. So bicycles, it's a different landscape compared to that of Europe. So how to treat these different means of transportation? It's different from advanced European countries and different from developing countries. We have to look at the best suitable roundabout for Japan. So with that perspective, we would like to explore. And of course, we would like to include bicycle in this picture as well. Thank you very much for your comment.
続きまして、
Thank you very much. Walter, please.
Just a moment, please.
Wouter van den Berghe again from Belgium, Brussels. Professor Nakamura, you said there were 1-star and 2-star ratings for this roundabout. What were the criteria to give 1-star or a golden star or 3 stars? Is it purely safety of vehicles? Could you explain that a little bit?
はい、今ご質問いただいたのは、スター制度についてどのような基準になっている
The
のか。
criteria for giving either 1 star or 2 stars. So can I answer the question in Japanese? Thank you for that question. First, the criteria, this is decided by subjectively by project members. It is subjective, but as you pointed out, we look at the structure first, and then landscape, as well as how it's utilized in a road network. Combining these multiple indices, we try to evaluate. After the overall evaluation, we make sure that similar cases, whether we have comparable results, we check that through comparison. By going through this process, are we going to continue with this evaluation into the future? But in order to eliminate the need for us to do this, we would like to utilize objective data for evaluation. So going into the future, by inputting objective data, we should be able to come up with the automatic result. We would like to output the result automatically. Thank you for that question.
はい、よろしいでしょうか。はい、ありがとうございました。他いかがでしょうか。
Anybody else?
では私の方から。
Okay, I would like to ask one question. So this roundabout, why was it introduced? One was due to disaster. Japan, in areas where there are a lot of accidents, traffic lights tend to be installed. But why not replace with roundabouts? And we started to see fairly many examples in Japan. So from safety perspective, from accident perspective, is it reducing accidents? What's the impact in the number of accidents? Well, I don't have any statistics in front of me right now, but installing roundabouts, there are no cases where serious accidents did increase. So there may be small contacts happening, but with crossing with signals, compared to those structures, we have not observed any significant increase in the number of accidents. That's what we have heard. Okay, thank you. So traffic lights. For traffic safety, historically, this was required to maintain the safety. But regarding community roads, these small crossings in the urban area, perhaps there are crossings where lights, traffic lights needs to be installed. But perhaps in order to introduce in community roads the roundabouts, what kind of alleviation in regulations do we have to do? Well, that will be a part of this incoming new project. We will be discussed about that. But one thing, this speed in coming close is different. So safety devices for those in high and mid speed, the safety devices will not be necessary. And also, there may be split discussions, but in the lower layer, this designed vehicles, so the size of the vehicles, it's not that the structure doesn't need to accommodate like semi-trailers. So, which means that so that pedestrians will be able to cross in 2 stages. So separate the island or in the center island, the small vehicles, so that they will not speed up. We can insert aprons. And for community roundabouts, we may be able to eliminate that. Then we can reduce the size of the roundabouts and reduce the land necessary. So, however, having said that, there are various cases. So this is a challenge for us to discuss in the future project. Anything else?
Questions on database? Welcome. Any question? Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Toward the end of your presentation, for example, you talked about crossing. Many different committees made suggestions to build a roundabout. There is a problem of land acquisition. A lot of times it's very difficult to go ahead with that plan. So if you combine crossing and roundabouts, that combined efforts are quite rare in Japan. Is that true? In Osaka Prefecture, there has been an effort to create 2 roundabouts on both ends, connecting them, and the Osaka Police and National Police Agency provided the information. They started out with building 1 single roundabout, but there was a request to add another. So if you have roundabouts on both ends, you can actually look at the total picture. And I think it is important for you to communicate the impact of that widely. Thank you very much for your suggestion. Are there any other questions? There is a hand raised in the online from online participants. Mr. Hayase, please. Early on, well, I'm Hayase from Chubu University. You said that we're having a difficult time in spreading the use, installing more roundabouts, but you have many locations already, and I think personally, you have been able to increase the number of roundabouts in a very short period of time. Introducing roundabouts, you have to make sure this results in higher safety and efficiency, and you need to evaluate that. In Germany, when introduced roundabouts, I'm pretty sure there were difficulties in UK as well in the beginning. So there are other examples who have been able to introduce roundabouts much earlier than Japan. So I just wonder, what are the differences of Japan's case with some of the advanced European cases? It's a very difficult question. At the end of last year, we had 120 locations, roundabouts, compared to 10 years ago. Yes, the number increased, but as I said earlier, as in US and Germany, they had exponential increase of roundabouts. And if you go there, actually, you will often come across roundabouts when you drive a car. But in Japan, there are only 1 or 2 roundabouts in each prefecture. So the promotion is not sufficient. As you pointed out, we now have linear growth. In order to achieve faster growth, what can we do? As I mentioned earlier, we need to examine what are the forms of roundabouts that are most suitable to Japan. So we have to investigate what happened in other countries, what would be a good model for Japan. So these are quite viable questions. At this point in time, this is all I can say to reply to your question. Thank you for that. You have already achieved the positive outcome. I'm impressed. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hayase. Are there other opinions, questions? If not, we would like to close the Q&A session for this presentation. Professor Nakamura, Professor Yoshioka, thank you so much.
So that concludes today's research project reporting program. We have received presentation from 4 of the members, the presenter and all the participants participating at this session, and those of the online viewers. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. So we would like to conclude the reporting program session. Thank you.
じゃあ先生、
Professor Yoshida, thank you very much for facilitating the second half of this reporting session. Thank you.
Hi.
それでは
So to conclude the session, we would like to invite Chairperson, Research Department Planning Committee, Mr. Takeshi Tanigawa, to conclude this session with his remarks. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Tanigawa. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Tanigawa, Chairperson of the Research Department Planning Committee. Thank you very much for joining us today for the International Association of Traffic and Science Research, IATSS, for 2022 Research Project Reporting Session. So the activities of the fiscal year 2022, although there was some impact from the COVID, we were generally able to carry out our project activities as usual. Today, we had 4 themes that has been reported, and each one of them is very IATSS-like, with variety and with interdisciplinary and international and foresight flavors. Each of the coordination, we have a lot of valuable insight and questions and comment that has been shared amongst the group. Today, some of the 5 themes that have led to be presented in the IATSS homepage, it is going to be posted, so I hope you'll be able to refer to them. Last but not least, I have a favor to ask of you. The theme for today and IATSS activities overall, we would like to get your feedback in order to reflect for our future programs. So please, those of you who are in the venue, in your handout, there is a questionnaire sheet which I would like to kindly fulfill. For the remote participants, from remote, after you exit from the Zoom on your PC, automatically you'll be able to see the survey. So before turning off your PC, please respond to our survey. And also afterwards, we would have a special 44th IATSS Award Ceremony program. If you have time, please stay with us for this session. So in terms of this project reporting program and session, thank you once again for joining us. And I would like to conclude my concluding remarks. Mr. Tanigawa, thank you very much. So that concludes IATSS 2022 Research Project Reporting Program. We would like to conclude the session. So thank you very much for joining us for a quite long duration of time. And thank you very much for your very active participation in the Q&A. So upon leaving, please kindly submit your questionnaire survey at the reception desk outside. We have a coffee break. So 40 minutes past 4, we would like to offer the 44th IATSS Award Ceremony Program. So when the time comes, if you'd be kind enough to be seated, we would like to begin the program. In the lobby, we have some beverages available, so please kindly help yourself.
それでは皆様、大変長らくお待たせ。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. We will now begin the 44th Fiscal 2022 IATSS Award Ceremony. I would like to invite President Takeuchi, Committee Chair Ogawa to the stage. So President Takeuchi and Mr. Ogawa, please come to the stage. First off, I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests. Mr. Ogata Yoshimi, Deputy Director General of the National Police Agency. Also, we have with us Mr. Takizawa Kanji, Deputy Director General, Cabinet Office, Minister's Secretariat. The two gentlemen will later offer the AOD's congratulatory messages. We have also the pleasure of having Mr. Tachikawa Koichi, Director General of the Traffic Bureau of National Police Agency. Due to his official duty, Mr. Tachikawa will join us later. Also present today is Mr. Kobayashi Yutaka, Deputy Director of Traffic Bureau from the Cabinet Office. Traffic Bureau of National Police Agency, excuse me. And from the Cabinet Office, we have Mr. Kodama Katsutoshi, Counselor to Director General for Policy Planning.
So our president will give an opening remark.
I
am Takeuchi, the president of the IATSS. It is my pleasure to make a few remarks at the outset of the award ceremony of the 44th International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences Award. This year, while taking all possible infection control measures, we have decided to hold the award ceremony in a hybrid format to allow for both on-site and remote participation. Today, as distinguished guests, we have Mr. Yoshimi Ogata, Deputy Commissioner General of the National Police Agency, Mr. Director General Yoshimi Ogata, Deputy Commissioner General, NPA. We have Tachikawa Koichi, Director General of Traffic Bureau, National Police Agency, Kobayashi Yutaka, Deputy Director General, Traffic Bureau, National Police Agency. And also Tachikawa-san, by the way, is on his way to this venue. So, despite your busy official duties, thank you very much for taking time from your busy schedules. IATSS Award was established to recognize research and other activities related to an ideal traffic society, thereby contributing to the promotion of academics and the development of a healthy traffic society. This year, from among many candidates, after rigorous screening and selection, we are pleased to award one winner in the achievement category and 3 winners in the scientific paper category. We would like to extend our sincere congratulations to the award winners. I wish all the winners continued development and success in the future. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
Finally, from the Chairperson, Awards and Grants Department, Planning Committee, we'd like to invite Mr. Kazuhisa Ogawa in terms of the selection progress report. So with that, Mr. Ogawa, please. Thank you very much. My name is Ogawa. I'm a chairperson for the Awards and Grant Department Planning Committee. I would like to report on the progress of the selection process. Now, in terms of the 44th award ceremony program, the fact that we were able to offer this special program, we are very happy. I would like to report on the process leading up to the presentation of the award. The Society's award are divided into 3 categories: achievement, publication, and papers, and each category has its own rules for selection. In terms of the candidates for the awards, are selected by the Planning Committee of the Awards and Grants Committee, and the final decision is made by the Board of Directors after a vote of confidence by the members of the Society. So first of all, Achievement Award. The Achievement Award goes to Outstanding Deliverables on Transportation and Safety, and this year we have, out of 16 candidates, selected Hokkaido Airport Company Limited and Hokkaido branch of Chizaki Road Company Limited were selected. The title of The Power of Snow Removal to Protect Runways, Passing on Snow Removal Skills to Fight Against Heavy Snowfall. The following is a brief description of the award processes. First, I would like to report on the achievement category. The new Chitose Airport, among other 6 airports in Hokkaido, was privatized and has been operated by Hokkaido Airport Corporation, HAP. Since June 2020, and in 2019, it was the 5th largest airport in Japan for domestic and international flight, combined servicing 24.6 million passengers. So Chisaki Road Corporation and HAP, the contractor of the snow removal project, have a snow removal team responsible for clearing snow from this 275-hectare runway. The snow removal team consists of approximately 200 workers, and out of that, 60–70% of people are farmers living nearby the airport, who interact with each other throughout the year and pass on their skill to other experienced workers. In terms of the situation, time, frequency, and method of snow removal are determined within a given amount of time, and the condition of the snow and quality and other factors are going to be defined. In order to secure the safe departure arrival of the aircraft, the snow removal is a constant battle against time. Members of the snow removal team enjoy a sense of accomplishment when they see aircraft taking off, landing normally. And they take pride in the fact that airport users can use the airport in their daily flight without incident. However, there is a serious shortage of workers at airport, and snow removal workers is no exception. In addition to passing on skill, demonstrations and experiments are being conducted to automate and save labor. Well, research also being conducted to advance the analysis of snow quality. The activity of these 2 companies, which are engaged in protecting safety of aviation infrastructure from snow, are in line with the objective association, thereby deem them worthy of this award. Next, I would like to report on the publication category. This division have selected outstanding publication that aim for a better transportation society from among the newly published work in the past 2 years. This year we received 38 entries, but unfortunately, there were no selected candidates this time. Next, I would like to report on the paper division. The paper award is given to the author of an outstanding paper published in IATSS Review and English journal IATSS Research. We are going to make selection from these that's being published. Well, this year, 16 papers and article published in IATSS Review, Volume 46, number 2 to 3, Volume 47, number 1, and 61 papers published in IATSS Research Volume 45, Issue 3 to 4, and Volume 46, Issue 1 to 2 were reviewed and selected for the reward. The 77 papers that are submitted as a candidate, Mr. Norifumi Kawahara, under the title of The Shipping Industry Regarding Awashima, located in the Seto Inland Sea, and Hayase in Wakasa Bay in the early modern period of Japan. And also Ms. Keiko Kurita, the title of The Socio-Cultural Backgrounds of the Differential Charges System in French Intercity Railways. And also the Mr. Wouter van de Huest and Ms. Nicola Christie, International Culture Differences in Argument Used Against Road Safety Policy, which are co-authored by these authors, have been selected. So 3 of the award have been selected. The first paper, the title of The Shipping Industry Regarding Awashima, located in the Seto Inland Sea, and Hayase in Wakasa Bay in the early modern period of Japan. I would like to discuss the fact that it focuses on Kitamae Bune, which played an extremely important role in shipping during the early modern period of Japan. It focuses on the port of Awashima and Sanuki province and Hayase in Wakasa province, which played a pivotal role in shipping in the early modern period. Well, specifically, in terms of the fascinating maritime cultural history based on the meticulous analysis of the Shokoku no Kyokusencho, owned by the Shimizu family of Hamada Toranoura Iwami no Kuni, which is a list of passenger ships of the client of Kaisen Donya, a ship agent. Based on the detailed analysis of these lists, the various aspects of the shipping industry on Awashima and Hayase are described from modern perspective. The book convincingly demonstrates to the general reader as that the Kyakusencho is a valuable historical document that enabled a nationwide and chronological understanding of various aspects of wide area flow of goods mediated by Shizunoya. And in terms of devising the wealth example, easy to understand manner. The example, according to the Kyakusendo, a boatman from Awashima was employed, an offshore boatman on the Osaka Bune and also Matsumai Bune, and from other document, 2 Awashima merchants are on board on the shogunate warship sailing on the North Sea alongside with Awashima bond officer. In terms of Wakasa Hayaseura, the story, the actual situation of the trade between Hamada and Hayase, focusing not only the economic aspect, but also the cultural aspects are evident. In terms of the celebratory fish, salt cod, which were greatly in demand, was also procured from Wakasa region. In terms of the Hayase, the Yano Yaemon, the fish owner, had gone to Vladivostok in establishing a Iwano fishing company. So it has been succeeded in terms of the tradition of Kyakusencho. And in terms of Mihamacho area, in Meiji, there are some immigrants to Canada that have been sent off. And there, in terms of some of the executives and intermediary companies and contract immigrants from Fukui City inherited the power to know the sea beyond and supported railroad transportation in foreign countries, which have become evident. In terms of the timely contribution to the special issue of the history and culture of transportation, which discusses the importance of pausing for a moment to think about daily transportation challenges, and the award also is significant contribution to the interdisciplinary nature of our society. It is indeed a greatly timingful paper that has been evidently important. The other paper, the Socio-Cultural Backgrounds of Differential Charges System in French Intercity Railways. It clarifies the factors behind the widespread support for time of day and time of week fares on intercity railroads in France from 2 social and cultural perspectives. The first is that France has a clear distinction between mainly for commuters, intra-urban transit, and mainly for tourists, intercity transit. It is clearly defined. The second aspect is that French government engineers, unique to France, have worked to theorize public transportation pricing and differential pricing to have convincingly demonstrated that differential pricing contributes to the overall good of the society. This article elucidates the discriminatory pricing system of the French railroad has the objective of reconciling the two ideas of fairness and efficiency by governing engineer, maximizing the benefit to society as a whole derived from the transportation route, rather than maximizing corporate profit, although the benefits are borne by the beneficiaries. The discussion of discriminatory pricing and the price elasticity is a socially useful topic that provides fundamental insight into the future price elasticity of demand of commuting and tourism in Japan, where the pandemic has drastically changed our labor patterns. The paper also takes a systematic approach to describe the theoretical flow of discriminatory pricing, taking into account the history of railroad development in France. It is not only interdisciplinary, but it also has excellent features as a commentary on transportation economics. Thus, we have related this editorial as extremely excellent. The last article, the title of International and Intercultural Differences in Arguments Used Against Road Safety Policy Measures. Allow me to explain this paper. Well, it's a good example of how policies and measures in the field of road safety cannot be easily implemented for several reasons, or policymakers are reluctant to implement them because of the expected high cost or low public support. Well, in order to analyze the factors that contribute to support or disapprove of these road safety policy measures, surveys are conducted. And in 10 countries with different characteristics, the research was extended. The survey asked respondents whether they supported or opposed 10 different road safety measures. That argument they based their opinions on, what argument they based their opinions on, and what impact the measures would have on them as individuals. So these are the questions. The results are designed to allow multifaceted factor analysis. The overall findings of the analysis show correlations in support of each policy measure in relation to views on road safety and in relation to driving behavior. And the labeling analysis shows that restriction on movement, discrimination, and unfairness of state intervention are strongly negatively correlated with the support for the policy and the logical structure of support or disapproval for these specific policies, including automatic speed limit system, is further explored. In this way, the paper shows the logical structure of a support and disapproval of specific counter policies and measures, which will be useful for policymakers. And therefore, in developing future measures, it is going to be beneficial. By comparing various countries and regions, the paper contains international and interdisciplinary findings that will lead to the implementation of traffic safety measures in a diverse environment, and we judge it is suitable for the ICE Paper Award. The above is a summary of the result of the selection processes. I would like to express my deepest respect and sincere congratulations to the winners and their efforts for the outstanding achievement. Congratulations.
We will now move into the presentation of IATSS Awards. President Takeuchi will be the presenter. Starting with the Achievement Award, which will be granted to one awardee this year, the 2022 IATSS Achievement Award goes to the power of snow removal to protect runways, passing on snow removal skills to fight against heavy snowfall, representing Hokkaido Airports and Chizaki-doro. Mr. Takeshi Gamo, President of Hokkaido Airports and the Senior Managing Director and the head of the General Planning Headquarters of Hokkaido Airports, Mr. Takayuki Yamamoto, as well as the President of Chizaki-doro, Mr. Seiji Watanabe. Please come to the stage from the left-hand side. IATSS Achievement Award, the power of snow removal to protect runway, passing on snow removal skills to fight against heavy snowfalls to Hokkaido Airports. For this project, you have shown the outstanding result, contributing to the ideal transportation society. With much respect, we would like to recognize your achievement. April 14th, 2022, President of IATSS, Takeuchi. Now the crystal shield and the prize money will be presented. Mr. Yamamoto will receive the shield. Congratulations. And the certificate of commendation is given to the co-winner, Chizaki-doro. Chizaki-doro, the branch of Hokkaido. Certificate of commendation. Congratulations. Here we would like to take a commemorative photograph. Thank you so much. The three winners, you're asked to descend the stage. Now let us move into the presentation of the paper awards. This year we will present the award to three papers. First, the shipping industry regarding Awashima, located in the Seto Inland Sea, and Hayase in Wakasa Bay in the early modern period of Japan. The recipient of the award is Mr. Norifumi Kawahara. So Mr. Kawahara, please come onto the stage. IATSS Paper Award, given to the shipping industry regarding Awashima, located in the Seto Inland Sea, and Hayase in Wakasa Bay in the early modern period of Japan. Mr. Norifumi Kawahara, you have shown outstanding results in writing this paper, contributing to the ideal transportation society. Respecting your efforts and recognizing the outcome, we would like to present this certificate. 2023, April 14th, President of IATSS, Kazuhiko Takeuchi.
Now, the
crystal shield and the prize money are given to Mr. Kawahara. Congratulations. Please look at the camera for the photograph. Thank you so much. Mr. Kawahara, please step down. Now, the paper award also goes to the social-cultural background of differential charges system in French intercity railways. We're pleased to have Ms. Keiko Kurita to receive the prize. So, Ms. Kurita, please come to the stage. IATSS Paper Award to social-cultural background of differential charges system in French intercity railways. Ms. Keiko Kurita, you have shown outstanding results in this research, contributing substantially to the transportation society. Recognizing your effort, we would like to present this certificate. April 14th, 2023, President of IATSS, Kazuhiko Takeuchi. Crystal shield and prize money will be given to Ms. Kurita. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ms. Kurita. Thank you so much. The last winner of the paper award is International and Intercultural Differences in Arguments Used Against Road Safety Policy Measures. This paper was co-authored by two winners, Mr. Wouter van den Berghe and Ms. Nicola Christie. So Mr. Wouter van den Berghe, please come to the stage.
The IATSS Award, Best Paper Award, International and Intercultural Differences in Arguments Used Against Road Safety Policy Measures, Dr. Wouter van den Berghe. This award is presented to you for your outstanding paper, which represents an exceptional achievement in academic research and a valuable contribution to the realization of an ideal mobile society. April 14th, 2023, International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences, President Kazuhiko Takeuchi. Congratulations.
続いてクリスタル盾と副賞の授与でございます。
Also, crystal shield and prize money will be given to the winner.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
ご覧ください。
Please step down.
共著者のニコラ・クリスティ様は本日
Co-author Ms. Nicola Christie is joining us remotely from the UK. We'll be presenting the certificate to Ms. Nicola Christie. Could you turn on camera? Ms. Nicola Christie, could you turn on your camera?
本日はニコラ様、ズームでご参加いただいているとのことですが、
Ms. Christie is participating via Zoom. If you could possibly turn on your camera so that we can see your face.
はい。贈呈式、ね、生放送のようなものでございますので、はい、こちらはいかがいたし
Since this is a live event, I'd like to ask President Takeuchi to read out the certificate for Ms. Christie.
This in arguments used against low safety policy measures. Professor Nicola Christie, this award is presented to you for your outstanding paper, which represents an exceptional achievement in academic research and a valuable contribution to the realization of an ideal mobile society. April 14, 2023, International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences President, Kazuhiko Takeuchi. Congratulations.
Congratulations! おめでとうございます。実際のこちら表彰状は後ほど
The actual certificate will be sent to Professor Christie.
受賞者の皆様、改めまして
So congratulations to all the winners once again.
ただいまからご来賓のご
So now we would like to have congratulatory address from the distinguished guests, Deputy Commissioner General of National Police Agency, Mr. Yoshimi Ogata. I am Deputy Commissioner General of NPA. I am Ogata. In the award ceremony of the 44th International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences Award, congratulations to all of you and congratulations on this honorable award. Ever since it was established in 1940, it has been involved in traffic safety and have carried out various activities. And I would like to take this opportunity to send gratitude to you. So the number of this last year was 2,610. It came down from previous year, but the reduction was only 1%, and the death rate within 1 month was, after 7 years, has increased. So the environment surrounding the traffic accidents, we cannot be complacent. And Japan, compared to overseas EU, US, the pedestrians and bicycles and vehicles, the ratio is high within the death tolls, and there are a lot of children, and there are accidents with malicious nature due to alcohol drinking. So in the basic act of traffic safety, number 11, we are to realize the number one most safety a traffic environment, and including safety of elderly people and pedestrians, and also having bicyclists abide by and observe the set of rules, and eradicating alcoholic drunken driving. So this time around, the award winners, looking at the track record to realize a safe traffic society, there were a lot of insights, and to take measures for traffic safety, we have a lot to learn. So your research and achievements, I hope that this will be conducive to the society. And in closing, I hope for your active participation and also further effort in this field. Thank you very much. Deputy Commissioner General, Mr. Ogata, thank you very much. Next, from the Cabinet Office, Deputy Director General, Mr. Kanji Takizawa. I am Deputy Director General of the Cabinet Office. I am Takizawa. Those award winners of IATSS, congratulations. And also, not only these awards, but from broad perspectives, International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences are engaging in some activities for the safety of the traffic. So as Ogata-san mentioned, 2,610 was the number of death tolls last year, and it was the lowest in recent years. However, year-on-year basis, last month, we are seeing a growth in the number, and we see a lot of accidents involving children. So as a government, to eradicate traffic accidents based on the 11th action plans of traffic safety, a road, railroad, airport, and sea transportation, we are engaging in ensuring safety and also ensuring safety in commuting roads and also eradicating drunken driving. So those winners today, the research projects that you're engaged in, not only road traffic, but you do solve issues related to railroad and ocean transportation as well. We have a lot to learn from your achievements. So those of you here today, the award winners and IATSS members, to control the traffic accidents, we seek your contribution towards this end, and I look forward to your active research in this area. Thank you very much. Deputy Director General, Mr. Takizawa, thank you very much.
Following Mr. Kawahara, Ms. Kurita, and Mr. Wouter, and Ms. Nicola. There will be acknowledgement speech. So first of all, I would like to ask Kawahara-san. So Mr. Kawahara, please come up onto the stage, please. My name is Karaha from Ritsumeikan University. I am very honored to be given this great award, and I feel very presumptuous and surprised as well. I am working as a faculty members in terms of the history of the ocean freight and also the sea track. I mean, you may have seen, but I have been a researcher and faculty member of the university conducting research on seaware fare. And then I would like to give you the backdrop of why I have come to write this paper and all the members who have been able to help me on this effort as well. So this time, in receiving this award and writing the paper as a member, Keio University Professor Kato have urged me to write this paper in the profile. Professor Kato in Kyoto, I have been an alumni in the junior high school faculty members, and I have been able to, through the mentorship, enjoy my teachership. And then I went to university, but still relationship have continued over the years. Professor Kato is a expert in economics, and I am also a historian. So I have had the opportunity to learn. So again, Professor Kato, thank you very much for ushering me to this way. In terms of the research to Awashima, in Takasaki, Professor Emeritus, Mr. Todokoro, when he was still at the faculty of Itsumeka University, he asked me if we can do the research together with Awashima. In the high economic growth, conducting his research in Awashima area is in the area of ocean freight, the oil and tankers. These ocean freight, many of the island have distributed people. So Yokohama and Kobe, many people and the family went there to see the people working on the ocean freight. So there were a lot of research conducted in historical background. And after 30 years, the island has become quite diminished and vulnerable. And in terms of this maritime culture, it existed from the Edo era and the Shimane prefecture. I have met a special list of customer and guests who are riding on this old boat. I have shared some pictures, but in 2016, the picture I've shared with you is my children who have now grown to junior high school and high school. We work together on this research together as a family member. So through Awashima, our family bondage have become quite strong. And this also was an opportunity given by my strong mentors, which I have named earlier. And Awashima Island, Hayase Ura is a location. And after the doctorate paper, the small fish village, I also have conducted research, and this is also Awashima is a location where the boat will port. And writing the doctorate paper, I also have helped the Ministry of Education, and I also have time to learn about the maritime and ocean freight. And when I was in Canada as an exchange student in the Canadian background in Hayase area, there was some exchange of people, and I felt a coincidence in terms of my background, my research. Many of them people went to Fukui Prefecture. They have worked out as a railroad development. It's a cross railway within Canada. And in terms of snow plowing in the wintertime, they have helped out. So those people who are very much versed in the maritime and ocean freight, they've gone over the Pacific to help out in the Canadian railway development. Of course, this thread of belief and thread of relationship, this is a route in terms of guided me in the navigation of this ocean freight, meeting different people and engaging in this writing the paper and led to winning this paper award. I hope that I will be able to engage on this journey, and port to port, I want to engage the relationship with you and learn more from you. So thank you very much for this award once again.
Kawahara-sama.
Mr. Kawahara, thank you very much for your words.
続きまして、栗田さん。
Following, I'd like to ask Ms. Kurita to come up for her short speech on the acknowledgement. I am from Tokyo Women's University. I have already left, but my name is Kurita. I was to work as a faculty member As Mr. Kawahara mentioned, it was a big surprise. I must say that given this announcement that I won the award, I thought it must be some kind of a mistake. It was a big surprise for me because I myself, in terms of transportation, economical analysis, I'm not too sure how this came about. And this was the theme that I am conducting my research on. But still, in terms of transportation itself, especially transportation safety and its science, I have not been mentoring this as my discipline as a researcher. So I was wondering if I am really eligible enough to win this paper. But the award of IATSS, it's a interdisciplinary research that they have placed emphasis on. And it's an award for acknowledging the interdisciplinarity. So for me, it is a very happy, of course, surprise for me. Because in terms of what I have done as a research in the past, the history of economics and also transportation issue, there are touch point and intersection of both. And then this paper, the culture, the difference of culture, inclusive of that, it's all holistic. And the fact that that in itself was highly evaluated for me to win this award. And of course, this research in itself, the starting point is 20 plus years ago in France. I was writing a paper for my doctorate in France. And as I've said, the various issues that we confront in terms of transportation business, in terms of the beneficiaries of the prices, it's an engineer in France, the so-called techno bureaucrats, and they were the one that came up. It's not the economists, but really these engineers. What kind of issue have they identified and linking that to the economic issues? That was the starting point. So therefore, thinking from that aspect over 20 years now in my research and as a researcher, I don't want to say this is my last year, but it's now coming to close to the end of senior maturity of my work as a researcher, but I'm very grateful to be given this award and being happy at the same time. I had been tapped on my shoulder to do more and to extend my extra work. So in revolving my research, I would like to consider how economists, the theory of economy and society has its touch point and its relevance. And through the eyes of the engineers, I would like to shed light on this aspect. So 20 years ago, the researchers and what the engineer taught me, there are many things that I have learned from the engineers. But if I can briefly share that with you, the economical, not achievement alone, but more or less why they are driving towards the French economic growth. So what they thought the transportation is necessary to grow the French state economy, they have been seriously thinking about this. But with that being said, the goal is one, but there are many various routes. And the various routes in achieving the goal, which journey would they select? Limited amount of budget, what are they going to realize? So this is a very fair judgment and resolutions are needed. And to do so, the multiple, of course, comment through discussion and deliberation, they were trying to solve this issue of differences and contradiction. So when you bring this up to that level, abstract level, for us to make decision as a policy maker or evolving the business discipline, this could be a clue for us moving forward, especially information disclosure. The fairness and equality, well, equality and fairness itself, there are various ways of interpretation. So to be fair and equal, what do we need to treasure to be equal and fair? We need to discuss that and bring that up on the table. And I believe that has been taught through my research experiences. The insights that I was given, the lesson learned, have led me to this award, which is further encouraging me And I'm getting slow now, but I still would like to exert my effort for the future researches. So once again, thank you very much for this award.
Kurita-sama, ありがとう。
Ms. Kurita, thank you very much.
続きまして、
Followingly, Mr. Valdo, if you will. So please come up onto the podium, Mr. Valdo.
Minasama.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for selecting me as the award for the paper of IATSS research. I am very grateful to receive this award.
I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizers of this award, the judging panel, and all the people involved in organizing this event in Tokyo, Japan. It is for me an incredible experience to be here and to receive this award. It was a challenge to get my work published. I am grateful for all the support I received, in particular from my PhD supervisor, Professor Nicola Christie. Her guidance, dedication, and support were invaluable in achieving this accomplishment. I am proud to have had the opportunity to work under her supervision, and I'm grateful for her tireless effort and inspiration. I'm proud to have made a contribution to my field, and I hope that my work will inspire others to pursue their own research and develop new ideas. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the Japanese people and the city of Tokyo for their hospitality and for sharing their culture with me. This experience will remain in my heart and mind forever, and I will never forget it. Aratamete kono subarashi taiken o taikyu shito kutasata subete no kata ni kansha mushagumatsu mata surai no event doai de kuru koto o negatemaisu. Domo arigato kusamashita. Thank you so much.
Mr. Waldo, thank you so much for your words.
それでは最後にニコラ様にお願いを。
So to conclude, I would like to invite Ms. Nicola for your words. Can you unmute and please utilize your imagination? And I hope you'll be able to share what Nicola had to say. So Nicola.
What's happening now?
We hear you, Nicola. You can speak.
Oh, I can speak. Okay, brilliant. Okay. I would like to thank IATSS for this award. I hope that because of this award, more people will read the paper and understand the factors that affect the success of road safety policies and in different cultural contexts. IATSS is very unique in providing such an award, so I think that is very special and would like to thank IATSS for that. I would also like to acknowledge the great work of Wouter, who worked so hard on this work and led on this paper, which is based on his PhD, which I supervised. I think it is a very important piece of work. What I particularly liked about it as well is the fact that females are generally more supportive of road safety measures. So perhaps we need more female ministers for road safety. And so I would just like to say thank you very much, IATSS, for this award, and it is very appreciated. Arigato.
Nicola, thank you very much. We appreciate your speech and cooperation. Thank you very much indeed. ありがとうございます。ワウテル様もご協力いただきました。
So Nicola, thank you very much. And Walter, thank you very much for helping us connecting with Nicola. Thank you.
それでは本年度受賞されました業績部門の業績内容をご紹介
So we would like to have the Achievement Award winner to present. I would like to ask the distinguished guest to move to the front seat. Mr. Ogata has to leave due to his official duties. Achievement Award winner will present on the power of snow removal to protect runways. We have President of Hokkaido Airports, Mr. Gamo, presenting to us.
Hokkaido Airport のガモでございます。
Thank you. I'm Gamo from Hokkaido Airports. This is a great honor to receive this award. I'm so grateful, and I feel very small. Thank you so much. This will encourage us, the whole company, with Chizaki, to ensure safety of airport operation. So just briefly, I would like to explain how we remove snow. It will be best to have a representative of Chizaki to talk about this, but let me talk about the snow removal. As Mr. Ogawa said, our company has 7 airports operating in Hokkaido. Our company was established in 2019. In the following year, we started our operation. We have 7 airports. These are located there. They have different colors there. In Hokkaido Island, we need to deal with snowfall. This has been the largest challenge. We have 13 airports in Hokkaido. We are operating 7 of them, and we have a share which is indicated on the right-hand side. Upper left-hand side, this is the area that is used by self-defense forces, and we have 2 runways that we are operating. So 1 runway is as long as 3,000 meters. We have 2 of them, and there is a terminal building in the upper part of the picture. Inside the airport, the area that needs snow removal is indicated by red color. We have 730 hectares, and 1/3 of the area requires full snow removal. We are a regional airport, but we are one of the largest airports that we are operating, and we have to cover a large area to remove snow. And in February last year, we have had historical record of snowfall. It was very difficult for us to deal with this. This year, not so much, but every year we have different levels of snowfall. But as far as it snows, we need to deal with it. It doesn't really matter how much snowfall we get every year. We have to deal with snow. At similar frequency. And these are the people who are actually engaged in snowfall operation from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. They come to our building and they will have a planning meeting as to how to deal with snowfall. By 6 a.m., we have to make sure all the snow is removed, completely cleared on the areas that require snowmobile. So they are always pressured for time. So we have to decide from where we will start the snow removing operation. We have 225 people in this team. They're all seasoned, experienced workers. They have been working for Chidaki for close to 50 years. It is impossible to rely on any other companies than Chidaki because the snow removing requires the accumulated know-how and skills. You cannot simply come in one day and remove snow. So these are the introduction of the vehicles that we have. Yellow ones in front are the snow removers, and in the back we have in total 95 vehicles. We own 51, and Chidaki let us use 41. So close to 100 snow removing vehicles. And I think we are actually #1 in terms of the number of vehicles we use. So let me introduce. I'm not sure this is the #1 in the world. This is a huge snow plow. This is just one single vehicle. It pushes snow body and blow it away. And this truck is completely custom made and designed. So this is snow blower, which is called a rotary vehicle. So we combine different types of vehicles, and in this format, we will be removing snow throughout the runway. So in a team, we have 16 vehicles in this flying geese format. This is a flying geese formation. Right in the middle, this becomes the first vehicle, and other vehicles will follow in this flying geese formation. And the last vehicle will make sure every piece of snow cover will be cleared on the runway. The speed is about 10 to 20 kilometers, even though each vehicle will be able to accelerate up to 80 kilometers per hour, but we will be able to completely clear the runway within 20 minutes. I think we are #1 in that sense as well. So we have 2 runways. We will clear the runway. The other one will be continue to be utilized. In other airports, when you are actually clearing the runway, you will not be able to utilize or operate the runway, but we have 2, so we can keep operating flights. And I think this video tells more than I can tell. The snow is blown off. You see all the vehicles are lit. They are moving ahead. So in this way, between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., snow is completely cleared. As you can see here, you may go through this runway once, but if the snow continues to fall, you have to do this again. You may have to repeat this operation multiple times. The biggest vehicle there, you can see, the following vehicle will be following.
すべてオペレーションしている方々はですね、
So
他の
those who are in operation are communicating with each other to make sure that they are able to operate safely and ensure high efficiency. So it's a very systematic way of removing snow. The rotary vehicle is blowing off the snow. The very end, the whole area of the runway is cleared. As you can see, this is the flying geese formation. Well, on this day, we have a lot of snowfall. So every day we have different snow amounts. Thank you for playing that video. So this is the current operation, but going forward, we would like to further improve what we do. And we believe it is necessary to terminals, runways, and we also have roads, public roads open to other general vehicles. And we have to have the unified system for removing snow. And in recent years, we have had wetter snow. So we need to take data on the kind of snow, the nature of snow, the amount of snow, so that we can learn more about the snowfall. JAXA helped us to attach snow monitoring sensors to better understand what way we can better remove snow. We are trying to employ AI as much as possible so that we will be able to improve our snow removal methods. And towards your left-hand side, all the operators that we have had a difficulty of find young people who could help us remove snow. So we really have to think about automation. The Aviation Bureau and we are cooperating in the specific research. I believe this is the high level of technology. So without being satisfied with what we can do today, we would like to try to elevate the level of snow removal in the future. And also in our airports, we prioritize safety most. And ensuring safety is really the #1 target. Hokkaido receives many foreigners visiting. They come to see snow up to March every year. There are a lot of people coming from East Asia, Thailand, Malaysia. And we need snow to invite these inbound tourists from foreign countries. They come to see the snow, but snow, on the other hand, is a major challenge for us to operate airports. So we have to make sure we can ensure utmost safety, working with Chitaki. The foreign airline pilots, only come to Chitose only a few times a year. And it will be scary to land on snowy airports. But when they come to our airports, they would always say, "Oh, this is a fine airport." So in that sense, we will be able to build trust with airline pilots. We would like to continue on to improve snow removal skills and technologies. We have 2 runways. We have 50 flights for every hour. With this size of airports, it is unprecedented to be able to receive so many flights. And I believe we have to expand the airport functions. And on the other hand, we are required to enhance our snow removal skills. And we are considering to set up alliances with other international airports so that we can share information as to how to better remove snowfall. Again, once again, to ensure safety, our collaboration with Chizaki will continue on. I'd like to ask for your continued support as well. Thank you so much.
Mr. Kamo, thank you very much. Closing, we have Managing Director of IATSS, Mr. Nobuyuki Kawai. Mr. Kawai, please. This is Managing Director of IATSS. I am Kawai. We have many people in this hall, and also we have people joining us remotely. Today, thank you very much for taking part in International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences 2022 Research Project Reporting and Award Ceremony. And for the winners, thank you very much for attending the award ceremony. At this venue today, we have National Police Agency Commissioner Deputy General Mr. Ogata, Traffic Bureau Director General Tachikawa-san and Kobayashi-san, Deputy Director General, and from Cabinet Office we have Cabinet Deputy Director General Takizawa-san and Kodama-san. And we have many people and stakeholders from within and outside of Japan. And we were able to present these research projects results, and this is due to your guidance and support. Thank you very much. So as you know, IATSS, ever since it was founded in 1974, we have been conducting studies, research, discussions regarding current and future of traffic society, and we have been disseminating the outcome to the society. So right now, we have members active in the front lines of traffic-related research, 58 of them, and all of them belong to departments specializing in research, PR and publications, awards and grants, and IATSS forum. So we focus on interdiscipline and internationalization, and they are involved in practical research with foresight. Next year, in 2024, we will hit a milestone of 50th anniversary. So this year in 2023, we would like to communicate our future vision in terms of our activities based on the outcome of the research that we have carried out. So we are going to make progress in various projects. So not only in Japan, but from global perspective, the social and cultural environment surrounding the traffic is changing rapidly. Our vision, our charter is to contribute to the ideal traffic society. And this was the aspiration of the founders of Honda. So the members and the secretariat will together unite our effort in future-oriented ways. So we look forward to your continued support. Thank you very much. Mr. Kawai, thank you very much. This concludes fiscal year 2022 research project reporting and IATSS award ceremony. The feedback form of this reporting session will be collected at the reception as you leave this hall. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end. We look forward to your understanding and support regarding our activities. Thank you once again.